Counselor Hefner, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. Nicole, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Anybody hear that? Is there Boy Scouts in there?
Yeah, yeah. It is 6 o'clock, Mayor. You're ready to go.
All right. Very good. Thank you. Everybody ready? Okay, I'll ask them to come up. Good evening and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, January 17th, 2023, and we do have a quorum. 4 of our 5 council members are present in the chambers, and we have Mr. Hefner, who is on the online, I guess you would say, or on the phone. Oh my gosh. Okay, if we could, yes. Silence your cell phones, please. We do appreciate that. All right, great. Anyway, I hope everybody had a good New Year and a good Martin Luther King Day yesterday. And I had asked Counselor Stevens to say the pledge, but we have a Boy Scout in the room. So if you'll come forward and state your name, which I know I put you on the spot, didn't I? That's okay. Okay. You want to go to the podium and let me just ask you what your name is and what school and all that? Your name?
My name is Code Kango.
You got to push the button, yeah.
On the mic.
Okay. I'm
Okay.
sorry? Yes.
My name is Code Kango,
Okay.
and I'm
Okay.
part of Coop 228.
Okay, very good. And are you working on a badge, and that's why you're here this evening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And thank you for agreeing to lead us in the pledge. So would you ask everyone to stand, and we'll start. Thank you.
May the audience please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
PowerPoints.
Please join the Pledge of Allegiance. Salute. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of America
and to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we have 2 executive session issues that we need to take up first, and I'm going to read them, and we hope to be out by 6:30 so we can start the regular council meeting on time, and we'll do our best to do that. Agenda item number 2, the City Council shall meet in executive session to discuss the following. The City Council will meet in executive session under Texas Government Code 551.07 for personnel matters to deliberate personnel action concerning or regarding the finance director position. Number 2, Section 551.071, consultation with the attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation or settlement offer, or on the matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body under the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with the Texas Open Meetings Act, RE City of Leon Valley versus 5622 Equity, DE LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, DBA Vista Del Rey Apartments, located at 5622 Evers Road. So at this time, 6:03, we will convene an executive session and stand adjourned until then, or in 6:03. Not adjourned.
And in recess.
Been a month since we've been doing this. So.
Not at all.
there's a 6:30.
6:30.
They found me got off the street for a few hours Saturday and Sunday, but Monday they were back to horrible time trying to get out of my both days. Now you're supposed to come in. How am I going to get up the main entrance, which means I have to go all the way down to the police department parking and come up the ramp to get here. There's no, well, you know, I'm not supposed to come in there. Good. This morning you can't come in here. I'm in during the day. Yes, I'm part of the police department to come in because if I have somebody to stand there and take my walker up, but if there's no one there, when I get there, doors won't open. I can't walk. They can't just go over that table. Would you please? Absolutely. Yeah, last year, we were booking now. Yeah, really. Right? She told me that she was. That me? Hope that wasn't me. Touched her computer.
Almost 3,000 square foot home, inside and out, corner home building. With PPE business. Yeah, things have changed. My street wasn't paved when I moved in. Yeah. It started out as small, and now it's small. That is in West Allen, yeah. 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 That big home on Catacora or? And that was yours. And that. So we stayed within the valley. Well, I stayed in the house. I took pictures of it every day, so I knew exactly what all the plumbing was under the ground. I got a whole house of the house being built. I mean, there's affordable houses. And took pictures. And then I asked about it,
people, you know, and
There's two open? Oh, we're all going to
he wanted to get medication. Now he over the counter stuff is what they prescription
I'll be sure to show for Shiva. Someone wants to Shiva. Oh, right there at the edge of Everest.
It's your mother.
Yeah, I expect they put a lot of
They're in residence right here. There's probably 26.
That's it?
That's all you're allowed. Actually 4, and then you go into another category. And I got a great rate from mom. It was 2,000. The other places were 5,000 and 6,000 a month. Yeah. But their issue is not that. Their issue is
Expecting it to
Because
get
the
rowdy.
25-year service,
It's gonna get rowdy.
25-year service award. That's
Oh yeah,
why they're
I
here.
forgot that was on there. Oh, I guess that's a good reason. Maybe they want to stick around though, just in case. I prefer it out until it's yeah. Quit lollygagging over there.
Yeah, come on. All right.
Why?
We are back, reconvening into regular session at 6:44. And the next agenda item is citizens to be heard. And I know a lot of you are here on a particular agenda item this evening, so if you would wait, unless you have to leave early, okay, that would be the only exception. But if you can wait and give your comments at the agenda item, that would be appreciated. But if you have to give them because you need to leave early, then come to citizens to be heard. So is there anyone that wants to address the council on any other issue? Yes, sir. Come on to the, and state your name and just generally where you live. Thank you. Good evening and welcome.
Hello. Yes, I'm John Schoecker. I live at 5622 Evers Road, Vista Del Rey Apartments. I'm with the tenants union there. I was told today about that you may have been discussing some things related to the apartment complex, but I haven't really prepared any remarks, but a lot of people have been corresponding with y'all because hot water has been out for weeks at a time. Still, the management has continued its incompetency, and for instance, the lawsuit that is pending, they have actually told tenants not to mention. They've kicked people out of the office saying that it's disrupting business whenever they mention it to new prospective tenants. So they're actively trying to suppress the information to new tenants. And I've personally witnessed them trying to remove people out of their homes despite not having a writ of possession. I intervened in a neighbor who they did not have the proper paperwork, and they were trying to claim that they were squatters, but they weren't. So yeah, I just think that, and they've retaliated against tenants. There's a person who was given a non-renewal because they had spoken up, and their mother was going through cancer at the time, so they did not want to legally challenge that because they were going through a health crisis with their family. I believe myself that they could have won a legal challenge to that, but because of the situation with her mom, she didn't. So yeah, they're and trying to intimidate residents and for speaking up, and they're not doing their duty. So I would encourage to keep on with the.
Okay. Thank you for letting us know that. Do appreciate it.
Can I
Yes.
just respond to that, please? So I would just encourage the tenants that don't have hot water or water issues to call us. We have been actively writing citations, so the more citations we write, the better for y'all. We can't do anything about illegal evictions, mold or mildew, or pest control issues, but water, hot water, Fire-related issues like barbecue pits on balconies, dog poop on balconies, those kinds of things, you can let us know, and we can send code out there to get citations issued. But we are in active litigation with them right now.
All right. Okay, thank you for coming this evening. Do appreciate it. All right, anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward and state your name and where you live.
My name is Evelyn. I
Evelyn?
used to live at 5622 Everest Road with Vista Del Rey. I'm no longer living there. I broke my contract with them. I do have evidence that with the previous guy that just said maintenance lacks of fixing things. Since the very beginning, I've had trouble with appliances, water leaks, restroom not getting fixed within timely manner. My appliances didn't work in the beginning of when moving the first month, so that kept my family from actually cooking real food. Our restroom didn't get fixed for 3 weeks. We didn't have no hot water, no cold water at all. Sometimes. The leakage, it took 3 months to fix. I have video that it took that long, and it was a good 3 to 5 minutes. And at one point, it did cause some floodage. So that's one of the many reasons why I broke my contract. My question is, how do we go about fixing that? I mean, it's a service that we have to pay. Why do we get stuck with that contract bill? I was pregnant during this time, and to have sewage water drop on me when I'm needing to go to the restroom from the ceiling from another apartment, taking 3 months. And at one point, the head maintenance kept closing those orders, and nowhere near it was closed or fixed.
Okay.
I don't know who to submit this video to, but it would greatly be of proof.
Okay. Dr. Caldera, do you have
You
a
can
response?
send us the video, but again, that's nothing that the city can get involved in. We don't get involved in tenant-landlord contracts. We don't get involved in lease agreements, whether it takes them 3 months or 2 months to fix an item that is maintenance-related, we don't get involved with. The only thing that the city can get involved with is if there's a code they're in violation of, like no hot water or water. If you were to call during those times, then we would be able to go out every single day that you had no hot water or no water and issue citations. But the things that you've mentioned, having leakage and stuff, that's not anything the city can control.
Okay, well, what about the fact that people have to live through this? It's recurring. It's been recurring for the past.
That's why we're in active litigation with them. Unfortunately, the legal system takes time. We can be in litigation with them for years.
Okay, when did this litigation start?
March of this year.
March of this year. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Yes. Ms. Chasen, good evening and welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Tina Chasen, Forest Oaks, Canterfield. Several friends, we were all down at the park in the small parking lot, and we noticed there's a lot of dredging and stuff going on, and it didn't have a very secure access. There were a lot of children running around and playing, and when you could get in there and take a picture and look straight down, it's quite deep. And I don't know if that's SAWS or if it's our city, but it needs to be secure, especially for the children that are running around. They're going to be curious, and they're going to want to look in there.
There wasn't a fence up there?
I wouldn't call it a fence, no.
Okay.
About that.
Yeah, okay.
I wouldn't. So I just thought I'd bring it to your
Okay,
attention.
thank you.
We don't need liability suits going on here. Our kids
Thank
getting
you.
hurt.
I appreciate the heads up, Ms. Chasen. Thank you. All right. All right, seeing no one else, then we will move to agenda item number 5, possible action on issues discussed in an executive session if necessary, and there is no action this evening. Moving then to agenda item 6.1, presentation of a certificate of appreciation given to Police Officer Carlos Carrillo for 25 years of service. with the city of Leon Valley. Isn't that awesome? Come on in, officer. How old were you when you started? Well, yes. Oh, thank you. Let's introduce your family. Officer Carrillo, thank you. We're so glad you're here, and I'm going to push you over here in the middle so everybody can see you. Would you like to introduce your lovely family? Yes,
This is my wife, Jessica.
Hi, Jessica.
My daughter, Camila.
Hi,
my
Della.
daughter, Araceli.
Uh-huh.
And they're my support.
There you go. Very good. So I've got a couple of things. I want to do a certificate here, and then we have a special gift for you. And then and you can be thinking about it, what is the most significant change you've seen in 25 years of working in Leon Valley? Okay, I gave you the question ahead of time, so you can be thinking about it. All right. So certificate of appreciation. Whereas in recognition of outstanding service, this certificate of appreciation is awarded to Carlos Carrillo. Whereas in recognition of the excellent record you have compiled during your 25 years of service with the City of Leon Valley, it is a pleasure to present this certificate. Whereas Carlos Carrillo has completed 25 years of service with the Leon Valley Police Department, serving the City of Leon Valley and its citizens. Whereas Carlos Carrillo has been with the City of Leon Valley since July of 1997 and has distinguished himself as a leader among his fellow officers and community members. Now, therefore, by the authority vested in me as mayor and on behalf of our governing body and all citizens, I do hereby present the certificate of appreciation to you as a testimonial to the loyal and dedicated service which you have contributed with our best wishes for continued success and happiness in the future. Signed by my hand on the 17th day of January, 2023. Let's give Officer Carrillo our thanks and appreciation. Here you go. Chief, did you want to say anything? Okay. And what would you like to say? There you go. And then you can answer my question.
Okay. Just thank you for all my coworkers that were always there for me. And the biggest change is that this department is way better than it was when I first started. So.
And tell us all of the jobs that you've had over the 25 years.
You don't want to hear about
I
that.
don't want to hear. Okay. What's your favorite job? There you go.
I just contacting the public, really.
There you go.
I love that contact that I have with them and trying to help them out.
Wonderful.
That's why I became a police officer.
That's excellent. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. So let me ask Chief if you'd like to say something.
He forgot. He is a mentor to a lot of these
There
young
you go.
officers. He is what they want to become.
That's right.
A leader.
There you go.
And have that knowledge tucked into his belt and in his mind.
Very good. Excellent. Thank you. I've got one other little thing for you. All right. And Officer Carrillo, here is the clock. And would you turn it around? And it says, presented to Carlos Carrillo in appreciation to 25 years of service to the Leon Valley Police Department. Isn't that beautiful? So, thank you. All right. Thank you. And thank you for supporting your husband. I know that to see him go out every day and want to make sure he's home safe every night is important. So, and thank you so much. Do you all want to be police officers when you grow up? Oh, thought I'd ask. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. No, that's fine. Here, why don't you get in with your family? All right, great. Thank you so much. Good luck. We hope you're around for a long time.
Will do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Here we go. Okay. Next one is 6.2, and I know my phone and several other of the council members' phone we've got notified 2 weekends ago about an incident at the soccer complex on Forest Shadow. And because of that, our city manager would like to present, discuss, and possible action on concerns related to 5504 Shadow Mist in Leon Valley. And Dr. Codera, if you'll please begin, and thank you. And then we will hear from the citizens that are here.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
So before I start the presentation, I kind of want to just give a little bit of a background. So the soccer field back in 2010, the city issued an SUP for the property with some regulations in that SUP dealing with some lighting and some flooding and things of that nature back in 2010. This property was purchased and built into a soccer complex around 2014, 2015 timeframe, and a certificate of occupancy was issued to the complex at that time. When the new city manager came on board and a new community development director came on board, we realized that the certificate of occupancy was issued in error, and there was a lot of things that weren't taken into account with the soccer complex when the original certificate of occupancy was issued to the soccer complex. There was some litigation, and out of that litigation, we entered into what's called a Rule 11 agreement. A Rule 11 agreement isn't like an SUP. A Rule 11 agreement does not go with the property. A Rule 11 agreement allows you to negotiate with the property owner to keep the property open under a temporary certificate of occupancy and to negotiate some regulations in order for them to obtain their certificate of occupancy. Once the Rule 11 is completed and or expired, it goes away. It becomes null and void once they've complied with the requirements of the Rule 11 agreement. So it is not an indefinite agreement between the property, because property owners change all the time. It's not an indefinite agreement between the property and the city of Leon Valley. It is a temporary agreement to allow them to operate. So I want to make that very clear what the Rule 11 agreement really stands for. When Mr. Perales was here, so in 2019, there was a broken down Rule 11 agreement of what Mr. Ferrer and the soccer complex had to comply with. And a lot of it dealt with some code issues like floodplain, additional parking, restrooms, lighting, and a lot of different things in regards to that. When Mr. Perales was here in October of 2021, Mr. Perales and Brandon Milan reviewed that Rule 11 agreement and felt that he complied with pretty much everything in that Rule 11 agreement with the exception of two things, the restrooms and the parking. So they went ahead and expired the Rule 11 agreement, and they issued him a temporary certificate of occupancy based on those two remaining items, which were the restrooms and the parking. That's kind of where we stand right now. He's under a temporary certificate of occupancy until July of 2023 of this year, after which that certificate of occupancy will no longer be extended. He's been given 4 extensions on the temporary certificate of occupancy, and he has to comply with the restrooms and the parking, or at least begin construction on both of those items before July of 2023. If he does not, then he will no longer be allowed to open, and he will no longer have a temporary certificate of occupancy. Now that that's kind of clear and y'all kind of understand what a Rule 11 agreement is, let me explain what happened that past weekend. He was allowed to have a tournament. He's allowed to have practice, and he's allowed to have games. He is zoned outdoor entertainment. He can have those activities at his facility. Now, it was a lot of people, and so had we had notice, we would have been able to provide adequate police, and I think we would have been able to manage it a little bit better. Mr. Fedez here, he'll be more than happy to speak to it, but I think it also took him off guard, as well as the city staff. And in my conversations with him, he did not expect that many people to be there for that event. But I want to make it very clear, he can have games, he can have tournaments there, he is zoned outdoor entertainment. We just have to manage the amount of people in that area, and we can make a request that he doesn't have those types of events often, because it is consuming our police department during those hours that traffic is there. Much like our 4th of July. We block off streets in a lot of 4th of July, and we need a lot of police presence in order to manage traffic, because some of our streets are very narrow. So because of what happened, there was some miscommunication as what's allowed and what's not allowed on some of the surrounding streets. And so I'm going to go over that a little bit. So parking on El Verde Road. On El Verde Road, per ordinance right now, you are allowed to park on El Verde Road past 150 feet past the fire station. And so, I don't know if my little light's gonna work here. So here's Alberti Road, the fire station is up here. All along this area, there were people parking along the bar ditch. When I got there, there were people starting to park on both sides. And so the police department was able to deem it as a traffic hazard because you really couldn't get in or out. And then they had the cul-de-sac blocked off, which they should not have had the cul-de-sac blocked off. And so you couldn't turn around. So you literally had to back straight out of there. There is no ordinance preventing people from parking along the street. And so if council wants to prevent parking along Alberti Road, you can decide to deem, I can bring back an ordinance to deem one side or both sides of Alberti Road as no parking. But that also means that the residents can't park in front of their homes or on the opposite sides of the street. Some of the residents will tell you, though, that they have been told not to park on the opposite side of the street. I'm not sure by whom or why. I looked up every ordinance the chief looked up. I can't find where they can't park slightly in the bar ditch. I can't find an ordinance that prevents them from doing that. But right now, as it stands, you are allowed to park on Alberti Road. And so I'm trying to find a permanent solution for a problem. And so if y'all want to make a solution for this problem, then you're going to have to make parts of Alberti Road no parking. Or you leave it as is and just understand that people will be allowed to park on Alberti Road. The cops aren't going to tow, cops aren't going to ask them to leave, unless it becomes a traffic hazard like what happened. There was an easy to 150 cars on Alberti Road that morning, and so it was clearly a traffic hazard until we were able to ask some cars to move. And so that's concern number one. So council has to provide me direction on what y'all want to do with Alberti Road. I'm going to go through this whole presentation because I'm sure people in the audience have their own specific concern for their specific area. And then council can provide me direction as to what y'all want to do.
Very good.
The next one is Shadow Mist subdivision. So on Shadow Mist, you have on Shadow Mist Street, there's no parking on this right-hand side on the street. In the subdivision, the only no parking is Avision, which is the entryway to the subdivision. As far as in the subdivision, people are allowed to park in there. It's not a no parking area within the subdivision. Council can either make a decision to have an ordinance deeming Sally G, and I think this is Charlesfield, as no parking areas. Or the community can come together and look at making this a gated community. I think they're an HOA already. And Nicole's on the line and she's going to have to answer this question. If they become a gated community, whether or not they'd have to take over the streets, because I do think that that was the issue the last time this came up. If they became a gated community, they'd be responsible for maintenance and repair of the streets, and they didn't want to do that. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Nicole, can you hear me?
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, hold on. She's low.
She's very low.
I lowered her earlier. Hold on, Nicole. There you go. Can you hear me now?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I had to call in to hear you. I had to hang up so you can hear me.
Okay.
Just letting you know that.
Thank you.
Yes, they will have to maintain. After I talk to you, the hang-up is actually the Constitution. There's a provision in the state constitution that says that the city cannot lend private funds. So if the city takes care of a private street, that's what that equates to.
Okay, so I'm going to repeat
Could
what
you
she just
repeat
said.
that
Yes.
because I can barely
So what
hear.
she's saying is exactly what I said. If they become a gated community, they own the streets, and so that they would have to maintain and repair those streets.
Okay. All right.
And so I think that was the issue the last time. I think they would have had to. I don't know the percentage, Nicole. Did they have to have a percentage of people within the subdivision want to become gated?
Yeah, well, if they want to become gated, the council has to agree to abandon or sell or.
The streets, right?
Yeah, so they do need to have permission from the citizens.
Okay.
A certain number, I'm not sure.
Okay. So if I remember correctly, the last time we looked at that, I think the subdivision, I want to say it was like 90% of the homeowners within the subdivision had to agree to become part of the gated community. Then they would have to agree to take over the repairs and maintenance of their streets. We would have to agree to give them the streets, and so there has to be public hearings and ordinances to be able to do that. But it is a doable situation. So if they want to become a gated community, they can certainly look at becoming a gated community, and then they would be allowed to park on their own street. Or the council can leave it as is, and they just have to know people are allowed to park in their street. Now, we were able to move some vehicles. There are certain turning points in Shadow Mist that were requiring the same things, like you had to back out. It was kind of hard to get in there. Some people don't park really close to the curb, so they were kind of out in the street. We did issue, there is an open records request for this, but there were no tows that day. There were 3 violations given, and I want to say 12 warnings given that day. We try really hard to make an announcement to let people have the ability to move their vehicles. We don't have the staff to tow that many vehicles, to be perfectly honest with you. We have to inventory vehicles. We only have so many officers in on the weekend, and so there's a lot that goes on during that time frame. And so we weren't going to just go, we couldn't. They can legally park in Shadow Mist. But for those that were illegally parked, just to go outright and tow their vehicle didn't make sense efficiently or effectively for the amount of officers we had on duty that day. So we asked politely for people to move their vehicles, and most people complied. We did have a couple people push back, and those citations were written that day. But for the most part, everybody complied. And once we got permission from the school district to be able to use their parking lot, it alleviated a lot of the traffic. And so we made the recommendation to Mr. Fredette, if he was going to ever have a large type of event again, he needed to communicate with Northside and get permission to use their parking lot. That kind of fell on the officers that day to kind of get in contact with Northside to allow us to use their parking lots to help alleviate that traffic for the remainder of the afternoon, which worked out great. I mean, I think it, for what, I mean,
a solution for
a
the
solution
day.
for the day. So.
What about the no parking within the subdivision on the street? That is not allowed.
They can, yes, parking is allowed within Shadow Mist.
Right, but I mean, as far as no parking
Yes, if
on
you
the
make
streets.
it no parking on the streets, then the residents would not be allowed to park there. And this came up the last time, and Shadow Mist subdivision individuals didn't want to do that.
So they don't want to do that.
And I don't know if that has changed. They may have new residents. This came up in 2019. Maybe now they don't want no parking on their streets, and that's something certainly the council can take a look at.
Okay, thank you.
The next one was blocking off the cul-de-sac. When I got there, the cul-de-sac was blocked off, and there were some kids playing in the cul-de-sac. They are not allowed to block off the cul-de-sac. That is a city public street. Mr. Fedette has been warned. He promised not to do that again. Trash in the neighborhoods. I had a couple of pictures from Mr. Hody and some of the residents of Shadow Mist that they had cups and trash in their front lawns along the bar ditch. I did speak to Mr. Fredette. He said that he went by on Sunday and he personally picked up trash. So I don't know, between Saturday and Sunday, some of the neighbors may have picked up their own trash before he got out there. I don't know. He is aware that they're not supposed to be trash. We can only write a citation if the officer catches somebody littering. So the officer has to catch them dropping the cup. I don't know if all the trash that was found in the neighborhoods came from the soccer field that day, so it's kind of hard to blame him for every piece of trash. But there was some trash in the neighborhoods, and he knows that they're supposed to let their parents and people know not to be throwing their trash out in the streets. Concern number 5 is parking at 5617 Alverdi. This lot back here is an empty lot. And so this homeowner was allowing them to park. You can't do that per our city ordinance. And so that neighbor has been notified that they cannot use this as parking. Now, it may be something that they want to look at in the future, is maybe purchasing it and maybe getting it rezoned as parking, but you cannot use this as a parking garage or parking lot. It's not zoned for that. And then you can't have side yard parking, and there's I put as many codes as they possibly could that would be in violation. They can't use that as parking in their yard. So he was given a letter, and so he knows, or they know, and so they won't be allowing that anymore. So some pending items. They have to build their parking lot. Until their parking lot is built, they're required to have 2 peace officers for any given event. And until their restrooms are built, they are required to have 2 porta potties out there. As part of the agreement, in order for them to get the extension to their temporary certificate of occupancy, they had to get the building permits, they had to submit their plans, get their building permits, and pay for their building permits. Those 3 things have been done. They've submitted plans, we've approved the plans, They've paid for their permits. All they have to do is begin construction. And so he says he plans on doing that fairly quickly. So, he's here this evening. You can certainly ask him. So those are the only 2 items remaining. Now, I will say he has 121 spots total after that parking lot is built. For the size of the event that happened on Saturday, that still would not have been enough parking. There were that many vehicles there. So
Can you give an estimate of how many vehicles were there? I mean, a ballpark?
I would probably say about 300 cars.
300, okay.
I could be wrong. Maybe I'm off. About 3? Yeah.
300.
I mean, he was,
Okay.
McIntyre was there, so.
All right. And can we require the soccer field to notify us when they're going to have a big event in the future?
We can't require, that'd be requiring any private business owner.
Okay.
He's going to try to get me a schedule out, as best he can. So it's a soccer complex, but what happened on Saturday was a football tournament. So the question has come up of whether or not they can sublease or allow. Yes, it's their property. They're zoned outdoor entertainment, any type of outdoor. And they can have cornhole out there. They can have football out there. They can have lacrosse. They could have any type of outdoor entertainment for their facility out there. They can lease or lend it to somebody. They can allow other organizations to use their field as long as it's within the parameters of outdoor entertainment.
All right. Do we want to hear from the soccer owner next?
You can.
Would y'all like to hear from him or take questions? I was just thinking I'd like to hear from you and just let us know how you would respond to Dr. Caldera's concerns. And then, of course, we'll open it up to the citizens as well and the council. Good evening, Mr. Ferrara, and welcome. Thank you.
Hello.
And we'll make sure that you have a good microphone and you have somebody with you.
Yes.
And who is that?
It's Joe Schaefer. He's pretty much the director of
Okay. Hi, Mr. Schaefer. How are you? Welcome.
Hi, everybody.
Okay.
My name is Arturo Ferrer. I'm the owner of the soccer fields.
Okay.
Starting with this, I'm sorry. I have to say sorry because we didn't expect that many people at once, But in the other hand, I'm happy because many kids were doing something. So that, for me, is a plus. Okay, I'm sorry, like I told the city manager and also the police, we didn't expect all the people at the same time. The thing is that we open this to anybody that wants to come and play. And I think that was the biggest mistake that we did, right? But like I told them also, it's not going to happen again. Yeah, we're willing to share any event that we're going to have. That way everybody's aware, and we are not going to repeat the same mistakes. Also, I want to add to the story that the city manager was saying on regards of the certificates that you guys been so kind to extend it. But also the main reason is because we were back and forward, as you know, because the flooding's on, and we know the story. But it's not because we didn't want to start construction. She is right. Finally, the last permit, because the problem was the permit. It's not the certificate of occupancy, but was the permit to build. They didn't allow us to build because we were in a flooding zone, so it was kind of back and forward. I will be the first man, the happiest man to finish with the project. That way also, we have the right installations of parking spots for every single one. But like I say, I have to accept it. We didn't expect that many people. I'm sorry for anybody that was affected, but also right away, even myself, I arrived on the airport. I took my car, I went there and started to accommodate people. Also, the city helped us talking to the school district, and right away we start to use our vans to take people back and forward and try to make things better, right? Plus, me myself, I was picking up every single trash, and you can also ask the police guys because they were there, also helping us to check on things, and everything was clean. Now, I want to mention that also that street, me myself, I paid to somebody to keep that street, the Shadow Mist, the end, clean. I've been doing it for years. Even the main entrance on Shadow Mist, that little piece of, I've been cutting that. Well, I stopped doing it, but we've been cutting it at our own expense because it was ugly. Somebody's doing it, I guess the apartments or the city, I don't know. But like I say, we are here to be a solution, not to be a problem. And I'm sorry. if, anybody wants to talk to me, I will say I'm sorry. And if somehow we can do something to fix it, we will do it. So.
But
and
Mr. Farrar, I heard your commitment that you will share your schedule with us in the future, so we'll know when you're going to have a big event.
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Okay.
I will.
All right, thank you. All right. Anything else for Mr. Farrar? Or, yes.
Just, yeah, I know we want to hear from the citizens,
Yes,
of course, but I did have just
Mr.
a couple.
Bradshaw and then Mr. Martinez. Thank you.
Yeah, I just had a couple questions real quick, and because I was confused, I heard different things, and I know Crystal said it was a football tournament. My question was it football or was it football?
Well, you know what? Yeah, it was both. It was football. Soccer and football. To put it
American
that way.
football.
Yes, American football.
Okay, so there was
and
both.
soccer. Yes,
And-
I'm sorry.
So, and I'll just say, Mr. Schaefer did call me, realized that there was an issue, and first thing he asked me is, how much trouble are we in? Right? Because, we did hear complaints, and we recognize that, we had to be good neighbors and try to please everybody and accommodate everybody. So obviously now we want to find a solution. Obviously the parking lot will make a difference. So I just wonder what the plan is for the parking lot to get
Well,
started.
like I told the city manager, my goal, I couldn't start last 6 months. Honestly, it's because I was running low in money. I have to say it. I want you to know also that as a owner, I haven't made one penny from those fields. I do it for the kids. I did it for the kids, and I'm gonna still do it for the kids. And I've been spending a lot of money trying to be in compliance, trying to, to like I said, to be a solution. But that was the main reason. Also, the COVID hits me. There's a lot of stuff that I was involved, but my commitment is to finish with that, and do the parking spots that I'm supposed to do. Hopefully, if you guys also allow us to use any other area. But the reality is we are not planning to have these big events.
Okay.
We understand the size of our facilities, and we understand that it's not our plan to make this kind of event. But like I said, on the other hand, like I said, I'm a parent, and I was happy to see many kids there, having fun.
Okay.
But I'm sorry in the other for the
Thank
ones
you.
that we affect.
All right, Mr. Martinez and then Mr. Stevens.
I've got a couple questions. Were there 2 police officers for this event Saturday? Did you hire 2 the Rule 11 says that you're required to have 2 police officers for events. Did you hire 2 police officers for this event?
Yes, sir. We have 3, like I was telling her, not from the city, but we hired 3 police officers.
Okay, okay. As long as you hired a police officer,
Yes,
that's,
yes.
okay, you met your recommendation. Now,
And they were there that day?
Yes.
Okay, very good. I just want to clarify that. Okay, go ahead.
now, Crystal mentioned that property on Alverde that people were parking on, that grass lot. Whoever owns that property, it'd be very, very smart of them to have that zone for parking and charge for parking. Oh, okay.
Okay. Mr. Stevens.
So I'm just curious, just for future planning, so this event, I'm trying to understand, so is it pretty much y'all advertised it as anybody can come and join a team and play? And so you didn't, the night before, you had no idea of head count as to what would be there on Saturday and Sunday? Or did you kind of know, you just didn't know all the family members and stuff would show up as well?
In that, Joe. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead, Mr. Schaefer, go ahead.
First off, thank you for letting us speak. On the subject of the occupancy, the number of people that were there, that was a surprise in the sense of how many families, how many extra family members that showed up. We were under the assumption, okay, we did an event prior to that, which was possibly 22 teams. And we were told this time that there would be 32. So under our assumption is that, okay, we wouldn't extend too much. So extra porta potties, extra security, that stuff was taken into consideration. The amount of extra family members that showed up and just general overall people watching the event, it grew pretty massively. In part to that question that you've asked, it kind of ties into the three topics of Alverde parking. We had directed everybody to park on the grass side, not on the residential side. And we received a lot of complaints in that regard as well, because there was a line all the way down. I do want to answer the question about blocking off the cul-de-sac. That was in preparation, because we did not want anybody to use that. It was a turnaround space only. So we would have people maybe drop off their equipment at that back gate and then go and park head first facing out on El Verde. Once the kind of miscommunications and all the I guess stuff that was unfolding in terms of the parking, that's when things started to get kind of congested on El Verde in terms of traffic going both ways. Obviously, we do play our part in that, and so we'll take full accountability for every type of miscommunication. We can do better going forward in the sense of communicating with the city manager, communicating with you guys, letting you know, hey, we're going to have this event. This is what the anticipated occupancy is. What do you think about maybe us 2, 3, 4 of Leon Valley Police Department helping us out and arranging that within the contract, right? In the sense or in the topic of shadow mist, and I do want to touch on this because I feel that it's very important, because there are direct neighbors as well with the apartment complex and behind us. We do not direct, when we hold an event, soccer, football, regardless, we do not direct people to park inside there. It's for me, because you end up parking in front of people's houses, which is what we wanted to avoid on El Verde in the first place. So for us, we did not want them to go in there. It was offered up as a solution, and so we obviously needed to kind of take advantage of that at the moment. But myself on Saturday, after the event, went through with one of our players on a golf cart, went through the entire complex or the entire neighborhood, picking up trash on the sidewalk and on the street, and went down all the way down Shadow Mist and picked up on both sides. So that way we want to keep the neighborhood beautiful. We understand that there's property values, there's just overall curbside appeal. We understand that. You want to take care of what you own. And so we don't want to be an issue. We want to offer solutions. And parking in Shadow Mist, and I do want to be clear about this and from our perspective, is that we do not want to park inside that neighborhood. That is not something, we would prefer going to Northside directly and say, look, we need overflow parking in this area. How can we arrange this with you guys? And obviously we have a little bit of experience from this past event, even though it was an inconvenience. We have an experience on how to shuttle people back and forth. So we have a plan of action there. We have a plan of action with El Verde, even though we've not needed to use El Verde, except for this one event, which had overflow. So we do apologize for the inconvenience. We have learned, but the intention wasn't to block off the street. It was actually intended to allow EMS, fire, those vehicles easy access through the complex, as well as we do recognize it's a city easement. Okay. So that was the intent. Things kind of went sideways, so we do apologize for that, like Mr. Ferrer said.
Very good.
Thank you, Mayor.
Did you have anything else, Mr. Stevens? All right, Mr. Orozco.
Thank you so much for coming over here today.
Thank you.
You could have just not come over here and just ignored the issue, but thank you so much for being here and taking full responsibility for what happened. I did get, my phone was ringing off the wall at Saturday.
I can imagine. Yes, sir.
And I did come over here and I couldn't even get in. But it means a lot, you coming here, owning up to the responsibility that we could have done things better. And I really, really appreciate that.
Thank you.
I do have one question though.
Yes, sir.
Do you have league play or tournament play scheduled for the spring? You got leagues playing on weekends and evenings?
For our soccer club, yes, I will say that. But we have not had an issue in terms of parking, and we've been running our in-house soccer league.
Yes, sir.
For roughly 6 months plus, and we have not had any issues with the city.
Are you planning any tournaments, any future tournaments that you're going to have?
So tournaments not on our calendar as of yet. No, we would need a lot of planning in order to accommodate an event like this. And I do not think that with this experience, knowing that 32 teams is going to result in this amount of people, we would need to look for an extra facility if we do host an event like that, because it's just for 2 fields. And the amount of space and parking that we have, it's just, for me, it's a little unrealistic to maintain.
Okay, all right. I'm sure there's a lot of citizens here that have some questions as well.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez had one more question, and then I'll open up to our citizens.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Martinez.
We've heard about the problems that happened. Tell me about the event. Was it a success? How did the kids take it? Was there a winner, or how did the event go?
I will say this: there were champions or category champions from U10 all the way to U16. So they had a team in every age group, or a bracket in every age group, and there was an overall winner for that tournament. So overall, the tournament went pretty well. The gentleman who's a friend of ours with the club, he's actually received a lot of praise for the overall event. And there were a lot of, the kids benefit from it. They enjoyed it. The complex, for I know I'm biased, but the complex is beautiful. We hope to make that even better here in the near future. But a lot of our youth, especially within the soccer organization, they've enjoyed a lot of accolades. We've sent, I would say, within the past 3 years, even through a COVID year, we've sent 16 young players on to play college soccer. We have 3 professional players within our rosters. So that means they've grown up with our program in the past 3 or 4 years, and they end up on signing professional contracts. We've had 8 overall players go off for trials, and when I say trials, we're looking at multiple weeks spent with a professional team. So overall, the complex is bearing fruit in the sense that we're affecting the youth,
Great.
and that's been our overall agenda.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, one more question. All right, and then I know we have some residents that want to speak.
So I'm just wondering, in the way that I look at it is I have a feeling NISD, unless they have another event scheduled, that they would be more than willing to allow you to use their parking lot. So that being said, do you all have a point of contact with them?
Correct. Through the term blessing and a curse. It's a curse in the sense that we have to alleviate some of these things. We have to be accountable for the problems that we created, right? But the blessing is that we now have a point of contact with Northside. We now have a dialogue with you guys in the sense of open lines of communication in terms of these events. So now I think that we can manage quite well and efficiently.
Right, thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you for
Schaefer.
your time.
Okay, I do have a few citizens over there on the Mr. Hody. Did you want to say something, Ms. Jonas? Would you like to say something regarding the event? Because we did hear from you. Thank you. Good evening and welcome.
Hi, and thank you for returning the call, by the way. Matthew Hody, Leon Valley. So I'm not here to complain about it. This is the first time anything like that happened, but it was so extreme, just really out of control. And I'd also like to apologize to Mr. Orozco. I probably used a few words, not aimed at him, but just based on what was going on, and then the suggestion that I wasn't seeing what I was seeing, so anyway, it really was pretty wild. So anyway, I just want to kind of understand what's going on. I did want to mention that the street is relatively narrow and there's no curbs and there is some steep, matter of fact, somebody was spinning their tires in front of my house, not on my side, but on the other. And I thought, well, great, they're going to get stuck now. So many people walking on the street, so many cars coming down the street at the same time. I was genuinely concerned about what was going on and whether somebody was going to get hit or some kid was going to run out there, because some of them were not exactly going the speed limit, and considering what was going on, should have been going a lot slower than that. So as y'all know, the hike and bike is coming soon. You can already kind of tell where it's going to be. At a lot of places, it's real close to the street. And as far as parking on that side, it's never been an issue. I don't suspect that it will be. I don't know if the hike and bike is going to draw people to park down there or not, but that's really close to where they're going to be hiking and biking if there's going to be vehicles pulling in and out of there. So that's a concern for me for the future, and neighbors as well. So on the peace officers, I just wanted to make sure that I think Josh mentioned this, that they're coordinating with RPD. There's no reason they shouldn't. Hey, we're going to have this, or this is what's going on. Or maybe the PD have a point of contact over there if something like this happens, or anything for that matter, little or big. They should be able to find them and talk to them about what's going on, and this could have, really been avoided. I was curious, about the deadline for the parking, because this seems like this is going to solve a lot of problems. And I know about money issues. I get that. So I'd like to know a little bit more about that, and the gate down there, not the one for the fire trucks to go through, but the pedestrian gate. Is that, Mr. Ferrer, I'd just like to know, is that open all the time? Can I drive, not drive, but ride my bike down there and go through it? Or is it just open when they're having events? And can they, is the cul-de-sac going to be used for coming and going, dropping people off?
Let me ask Dr. Caldera, would you address that gate and then also the timeline for the parking? I think you've got 6 months to put it in?
Yes,
Is
so
that what I
yes, till
heard?
July of this year to get the parking, at least starting to construct, so it's got to be a good portion complete. I think we said substantially complete for the most part by July of this year. As far as the gate, he has the ability to open and close it at his will, his pedestrian gate. So he can
That's
leave it-
Mr. Farrar.
that's
We have
Mr.
no
Farrar.
control over it.
Nope.
Okay.
Now he has to allow us emergency access if we need emergency access, and we have bolt cutters and stuff if we need to get back there. But he's been allowing us to get back there if we need to. But that he can respond on how often it's going to be open, but he's allowed to have it open or closed at his will.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Ms. Jonas?
He can answer that question if he wants to know. I think he raised his hand to answer.
Oh, did you? Mr. Schaefer, I'm sorry. I didn't see your hand go up. I had the podium in the way. Yes, sir, go
On the
ahead.
topic of the gate, there are 3 locks currently on that, and they are arranged so that EMS, fire, City of Leon Valley can open and close the gate whenever. So they're interlocked, so they have easy access.
Okay, but only our emergency personnel, nobody else.
And Leon Valley
water.
Water. Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. Good evening, Ms. Jonas, and welcome.
I'm Shirley Jonas, and I live at 6523 Sally Aggie. Y'all all got my email Saturday, and I got replies from some people, which I appreciated. I just have a few extra things to tell you. When you tried to get in the subdivision, the cars were parked on both sides, so you had to drive in the middle of the street. You didn't know if a car was coming there. You didn't know if a car was coming from there. You had to drive in the middle. Are they coming? Are they coming? Before you could turn. Another thing I noticed about these people, they had little red wagons. And they were putting their chairs and their equipment in there. I don't know if that's what they did at the other place, or were they told to do it at this event, because they knew that they'd have to park a ways to get to the event. I noticed that about them. Also, first time I was going out of the subdivision and parking in the red zone, and I rolled down my window and I said, "You can't park there. That's a red zone. You can't park." And the man said, "These are public streets. We can park where we want." I put my window up and I left. Came back later. There were still people parked there. I left again. Came back. All over. Sunday morning I left, and I noticed a young lady was standing on Charlesfield over on this side. When I came back, I pulled up and I said, "What are you doing in the middle of the street?" And she said, "Are you looking for a place to park?" I said, "No, I'm trying to get to my home." "What are you doing?" She said, "I'm sending them to the north side building over there, their property." She said, "We know what the mess was yesterday." And I said, "It was worse than a mess." One other thing. Let me see here. Oh, said they had officers. I never saw them around unless they were not in uniform. because I looked to see if there were, and I did not see any on the streets or on Shadow Mist, Main Street, or in our subdivision. And when they parked, here's my driveway. You're supposed to park at the end over here, not blocking anybody's driveway. So when I tried to get out, backed up, get in, back up, get in. The only good thing about this whole parking, I have a neighbor, not across, but over here. His son parks on the house in front of me. He parks in front of my house. The wife parks in their driveway. Those 2 days, she had to park in the garage, and the two people, they had to park in their own driveway. Because they couldn't park anyplace else. There wasn't anything left over.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing those comments. Appreciate it. Okay. So, anyone else? I believe those were the two neighbors. Okay. Yes. Do you have a suggestion on how to proceed, Mr.
Yeah,
Stevens?
so I have a suggestion. I think that's a really positive, the news that somebody was there the next day telling cars to park.
Move
I mean,
out.
that seems like they were like really trying to address the problem before it became a problem, because it might have been just as bad on Sunday had that not happened. So my only suggestion out of this, I think in addition to making sure we're on the same page, they have the point of contact with Northside. Obviously, we would like to know if there's going to be a large event with 32 teams, probably anything more than 20 teams or something. We'd probably be interested in that. The parking lot, I know y'all will eventually do. I believe the city has a responsibility to places where people cannot park. I think that we should be placing signage, very clear signage, that they should not park there. So like, for example, El Verde, that cul-de-sac, perhaps put no parking sign. I just measured on Google Earth. El Verde is only 20 feet wide. So I do think that potentially we might want to prohibit parking on one side of the street and allow it on the other. But my recommendation would be to allow parking on the side that's alternate from the driveways, because otherwise there's not going to be as many cars able to park, because of mailboxes and driveways and that sort of thing. So that's my suggestion. The other thing that I was thinking about was Shadow Mist, or I'm sorry, not is it Shadow Mist Drive over there?
Shadow Mist Street?
Oh yeah, so it's the super wide. Yeah, so I think it's kind of, so that street in comparison is, I'm measuring it here, it's, oops, sorry. It's a lot bigger. It's going to be, it's almost 45 feet across. And so to prohibit parking, I just don't understand. We could have, and I had told this, we could have 30 fire trucks that park over there and have parking on both sides of the street. And the fire trucks, because now they can turn around in San Antonio's little park and stuff. So I don't know if it's completely necessary to prohibit parking on both sides of Shadow Mist all the way down. Because the truth is, that is going to be a trailhead until we build our parking lot where all the pavers are. The people are, not only for the soccer fields, but people are going to want to go to the trailhead and San Antonio's portion of the park, hopefully eventually our portion of the park over there. So I have concerns. It seems like the whole blocking of entire side of Shadow Mist is completely unnecessary when it's almost 45 feet across.
So the reason that became no parking was because as part of the original Rule 11 agreement, they didn't want parking near Shadow Mist either. And so this was their way of legally doing it. They brought back forth an ordinance to council to prohibit parking along Shadow Mist Street. And so that's why there's no parking on that side of the street. And so if y'all want to undo that, I can bring back an ordinance to remove that no parking piece on Shadow Mist Street.
It's the side that's facing the residents, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's the side that you can't park.
Yeah, it's that whole section.
Yeah, that whole section. Okay. Yes, thank you, Mr. Stevens. Mr. Bradshaw?
Yeah, so I think those are good suggestions, Councilor Stevens, to hopefully mitigate some of these parking issues. Another thing I would recommend to the residents of Shadow Mist subdivision, if they don't want to make it a gated community, My sister actually lives in a neighborhood that backs up to a minor league, to the Chicago Cubs minor league stadium in Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, of course, when you go to baseball games,
Yeah.
everybody charges $25, $30, $40 for parking. And so people would come into the neighborhood and park in the neighborhoods. So what the people did in that neighborhood, it's not a HOA, right? It's not gated, but they put up a sign as you enter the neighborhood that says, no baseball parking. Now, does that mean cars are going to get towed? Is that legal that people can't park there? It is not. But it deters a lot of people because they're like, oh, there's a sign that says we can't park here. So I would just recommend to the residents to maybe put something like that, no soccer field parking as you enter into Shadow Mist. It would probably deter a lot of people from going in there.
Okay.
They think they're going to get towed. But
Okay.
that's
Very
my
good.
recommendations.
Thank you. Ms. Jonas, I know you stood up. Did you have something to say? I'd like to see if you, I'd like to get you on tape so other citizens, not only in the chambers but at home, can hear you. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
They show that Shadow Mist is 45 feet. There's a divider in the middle of the street, almost to the entrance to Shadow Mist. So it's not 45 feet all the way. That's why they got no parking on both sides. You can barely get 2 cars down or up because there's a big planters, what I would call it. They have trees and grass there.
Oh. Okay.
So
Yeah.
the
Go ahead,
So
Mr.
the
Stevens.
problem, so, and I understand, so maybe not in that area where you have the big concrete divider in between. And I didn't actually measure down there. I was measuring because I can see from Google Earth. It's clear there's a red fire, like our fire line is so bright, you can see it on the satellite. But so Shadow Mist, the area where there's not a concrete divider, but further down, like, and as you near towards
Yes, I understand what
San
you're saying.
Antonio Park.
This is parking on on your left-hand side by the field. You can park, but then they have a no parking behind the people's houses on Shadow Mist. Why it's like that, I don't know, but I'm just explaining to you. It's not a full 45 feet across.
All right. Thank you for those.
Come take a look sometime.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. Direction to staff.
So I just want to get clarification. So I'll bring back an ordinance for no parking on El Verde on the opposite side of where the houses are, and then to bring back an ordinance. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think it should be the other, you said.
No parking.
Say it again.
No, where the bar ditch is, right?
The bar ditch is closest to the trail.
The trail.
Yeah.
Right. No parking on that side. You want
That's
people. Is that correct? Because you want people.
No, that doesn't make sense because so you obviously you don't want people parking in front of mailboxes, blocking driveways, that sort of thing.
Right.
It's only 20 feet across. So again, this might be different if we added like a 10-foot like gravel base or something, which I don't know if people would like that. But I don't think people should be parking on the side of the street where the houses are at.
Really?
Right. So you.
Oh.
So you
just said no parking on the street.
It should be, all the parking should be where the houses are not.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that's what we were saying on the opposite side of the houses, right?
Right, but you said you were going to bring back an ordinance to say no parking on the ditch side. That's what you said.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
The opposite.
Melinda's got something that she needs to share with us. Go ahead.
If you make El Verde a no parking zone, either side.
Either side.
That means that people who have birthday parties, people who have celebrations, anything, the people that live there now can no longer have their guests park out in front of their homes. So that's the part I want to make very clear. If you park on the side where there's the hike and bike trail, we're going to have a 5-foot tall split cedar fence going all the way down that side. It'll still leave the drainage swale on that area, and hopefully next year or the year after, we're going to be digging out those swales to provide for better drainage on that side. And so they will be forced to park on the asphalt. So just to keep that in mind.
Yeah, so I think maybe we should bounce it back to the El Verde residents. But logically, so you got 20 feet across, right? So if there's one car parked on both sides, that's like 6 to 8 feet, depending on the type of vehicle it is, there's not enough room to pass. And so unless one of the sides, unless you're parked off of the actual paved surface. But that's why again, I'm not a big fan of no parking zones unless it's absolutely necessary. So maybe we should just bounce that off of the El Verde residents and see what they think.
Mayor.
I was going to say, I have a no parking zone on Forest Way. So when we have a party, people can't park in front of our house. They have to go on the other side. We've lived with it for 40 years. So, I mean,
are we looking at, so I just,
go ahead.
Just so we can wrap this agenda item up,
yeah.
because we've been on it for about an hour. So I just want to make sure, so y'all want me to bring back an ordinance looking at the no parking on Shadow Mist Street to remove that no parking? Am I correct with that?
I
Okay,
don't
wait a
know,
minute.
because
We've got
it seems
Councilor
like they're trying to get a
Orozco, and then
hold
we've got
of
Mr.
the
Plata.
problem that we had 2 weeks ago. And all I would like to see is you monitor this as it goes on. I don't think that we should take the drastic measures of trying to have an ordinance to say they can't drive. Like Melinda indicated, if Shahudi decides to have a party, the guests can't park across the street.
Right.
I don't think we have to go through this extreme at the moment. Let's monitor the situation. Let's work with the soccer team, and we'll follow up on it.
So I will say this has been our, and maybe Shadow Mist people and other people have different, this has been the first complaint I've had in a long time. I mean, we used to have, it's probably been at least 2 to 3 years. But the last big complaint I had was on lighting back in 2019, and we haven't had any complaints. The reason I'm bringing this forth was because I don't like to overreact to a situation, but I also don't want to underreact to a situation. And so in the past, we've overreacted quite a bit, and I'm trying really hard to find that balance to make the council happy, to make the community happy, as well as the business owners, because they're part of the community as well. And so you're right. We don't have to automatically jump to a conclusion and bring back forth ordinances. I just want to provide y'all the ability to do so. But Mr. Hody does have a point that trail piece is going to open at some point. I don't want calls every time somebody decides to hop on the trail because somebody parked along El Verde Road, because they're going to be legally allowed to park there. And so y'all might want to wait until after the completion of that section of the trail, and that'll be done in the next 6 months, and see what it looks like, and we can bring back something.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I have Mr. Mata that would like to say something, and then let's move on after that. Mr. Martinez, is that all right? Go ahead.
Yeah, Eric Mata, Kennerfield. I know we've been at this for a while.
Yeah, we need
But
to
it
move
just
on.
seems like you're creating a potential other problem, which I think y'all have hashed out here since I raised my hand. I think you're just overdoing it. I'm not trying to minimize the concerns that residents had along there, but I think, yes, there's probably a desire to want to satisfy the concerns, but I think an ordinance, you're jumping the gun here.
Okay.
And just hold
Thank you
off
for
on
those
that.
comments.
Thank you.
All right. So do we have consensus of
Sure, you
what
make a real
Mr.
quick
Roscoe was saying? Okay, Mr. Martinez, let's one more, and then we've
I
got to
agree
move.
that
move on.
we don't need to jump the gun and create all kinds of ordinances at this point. To me, the solution is to get the parking lot built. That will alleviate probably 95% of the problem. If they do have a big event, then now the door's been opened for them to use the NISD parking lot. So I think we're trying to rush to solve a problem that really doesn't exist.
Okay. That's 6 months, and the trail completion is 6 months. So why don't we revisit it in 6 months? How's that? Yes, go ahead.
So I'm completely fine with, and so not creating more no parking zones. However, I do still think the Shadow Mist portion, and even Ms. Jonas had said she doesn't understand or know why it's redlined further down. So this would be like if you're leaving the Shadow Mist neighborhood, to the right, it's no parking on one side, and it's 43 point, something feet across right there. And so you could easily have 2 cars, and then like fire apparatus and stuff can go down. There's that turnaround that San Antonio has added. And so I think that we can remove the no parking zone from that entire side of the street, because that will create, 20 or 30 parking spots maybe that could be used for park or events.
All right.
So you want me to bring back no parking on, or to remove the no parking on Shadow Mist Street? Is that what I'm?
Agree with that.
South of
South
south
of
of
the soccer
Avedisian, only on the south
maybe.
side of,
Sure.
or maybe
Okay.
like say 200 feet
Yeah,
south of
that'd be good.
Aphrodisian.
Like right here?
Okay.
Other way, other
You
way.
don't want to wait
All that-
until after
all that's
the,
no parking.
you don't want to wait until after the parking lot is
That's he's
constructed?
talking about Alberti. That's
Oh, he's
the
talking about
no
Alberti. He said Avid, okay.
Wait,
This, he's talking about
Remove it.
remove this no parking, leave Alberti alone until the
Okay.
trail is complete.
All right.
so yeah, so I'd say maybe like 200 feet south of the intersection of Aphrodisian and Shadow Mist, remove the no parking zone. That's only going to help the problem. It's not going to hurt anybody.
Okay. Do you want a motion that, Mr.
Oh, do we need a
Stevens?
motion?
No.
Just bring it back, y'all can make a
Okay,
motion on
all
that.
right. Well, it said possible action, so I thought we needed a motion. Okay, well, we'll move on. Thank you, and appreciate it. And thanks to the people who are here for the next agenda item for your patience. I really appreciate it. Agenda item 6.3, presentation, discussion, and possible action on an ordinance regarding short-term rentals. And I placed this on the agenda after I've heard from several citizens on in the Adair, Countess Adria area about the increased numbers of short-term rentals and how it was disturbing their neighborhood. And as I shared with many of the residents, we are a community of homes and not a community of Airbnbs. And so they wanted us to, they asked that I put this on the agenda so we can relook at it. And so before you, Dr. Caldera has given the short-term rental ordinance from the city of San Antonio. And I don't know how many of you have had a chance to read it, but, and do we have a PowerPoint on this?
No,
Dr.
since it was
Cal-
your
okay,
item,
very
I
good.
need direction.
Okay,
from
that's good.
The council on how y'all would like to proceed. We
Mhm.
brought up short-term rentals, gosh, at least 5 times over the last year and a half. The last big, conversation we had was probably in 2021. So it's been like 2 solid years since we've had an in-depth conversation, but we have brought it up multiple times over the year and a half to see if y'all wanted to readdress short-term rentals. And the consensus of the council at those times was no.
Right.
And so I know that y'all said if there was going to be a problem, if we started hearing citizens' concerns, that we would bring it back to you.
Right.
And so we uploaded the City of San Antonio ordinance because it was your requested item.
Right.
So it's up to the council if they want us to bring back an ordinance with regulations, if they want us to bring us back a presentation on comparisons, if they want us to,
Okay.
So we just need a little bit of direction on how you would like us to
All
proceed.
right, thank you. I appreciate it. I wanted to hear from the citizens because they have some presentations. Okay. And I've gone through the short-term rental ordinance and for the city of San Antonio, and I think that's something we ought to look at, to be honest with you, because I'm hearing from the residents that it's not, just one, it's like 4, in the neighborhood, and that's really creating a problem. So, Mr. Compass, we'll start with you, and I know Ms. Griffin and Ms. Mefford are here as well.
Well,
Good evening and welcome.
good evening. My name is Philip Campos. I'm been a resident in Castle Estates for the last 30 years. And just to give you a little bit of background about Castle Estates, there's exactly 26 structures. That used to be 26 residents, but it's changed. We currently have one that's a commercial business, that's a nursing home. As you enter into our complex, they're a great neighbor. We don't have any problems with them. But recently, we've got 2 Airbnbs that are listed internationally as having accommodations, and one house is for 16 plus people. The other one, and that's on Adair, and on Countess Adria, they're listing it as 14 or more guests. There is no way that these 2 homes can support that many people and that many cars in our neighborhood. It is disturbing us. They're having parties there. There's noise complaints that are going on. And we still have one other structure, which is that castle for Castle Estates that is currently undergoing renovations. And we don't know whether it's going to be another commercial Airbnb or not. Okay, it was bought by a management company. They sold it because the amount of money they had to invest in that property was just too much. And we don't really know what's going on. So I've looked at the regulations for the short-term rentals for the city of San Antonio, and I really think that's a great start for us here. There's some mention as to how many short-term rentals you can have in an area, that would be a great benefit. In the one for Adair, you know, the city of San Antonio is looking for a ratio of 12.5 residents per neighborhood on one side of the block. Well, in the Adair area, there's only 2 houses, and one of them's an Airbnb. On Countess Adria, there are 4 homes, and there's already 1, and so there is a problem. I was also, Mayor, we've got 5 residents, myself included, that are here to support this item, and they'll give you their comments, I'm sure. But I would venture to say that we can get 100% support of all the neighbors in that neighborhood to tell you that this is a problem. Let's see. The last thing I want to leave you with is I also looked up in the Bear Appraisal District. Both of those houses are listed with their homeowner's exemption. They're absentee owners. They're completely vacant. And some action needs to be taken. So please take this into consideration, and we hope for your support.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campos. I appreciate that. Ms. Mefford or Ms. Griffin, would y'all like to go next? Thank you. And thank you so much for bringing this to my attention.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
I think I wrote a letter to
Yes.
the mayor the last time. I'm just concerned, Leon Valley usually goes to whatever San Antonio laws are, and we weren't doing that at this time, or I don't think that we're doing it this time. There are 2 different kind of rentals, the short term and long term. So there's the type 1 and type 2. It seems like the type 2 is more prevalent in the area. I've been looking up, and I know that there's more, but I know there's 87 short-term rentals from something called Vacation Rentals, and then there's like 18 or 20 on the Airbnb, and then I don't know, there's so many different sites to go to. I don't know how many there are. And so what that is saying is I don't know what the percentage of homes that are turning into Airbnbs are in Leon Valley. Right now, I'm here to ask the council to regulate it. It needs to be regulated. We're in this little small area. We have 2 homes that are Airbnbs now, and across the street, I know they said that the nursing home isn't a problem for any of the other residents, but it is for me. I have constant cars coming in and out of the nursing home all day long, all night long. You know, I don't know who's supposed to be there. I don't know if people will sit out in the car. Maybe they're just waiting for someone to get off work and take them home, but I don't know who they are. I could call Leon Valley, honestly, probably every other day, but I don't, because I'm hoping and praying that everything's fine. Just the other night, we did have a car that was stolen, parked on the street right across the street from me. Leon Valley actually finally, they saw it and came and got it. Someone had stole it from over off Eckert Road. Anyway, there's activity, there's people all the time. The 2 Airbnbs, I don't always feel safe walking around because they're loud. There's people coming in and out, making noise, throwing trash, beer bottles all over the yard. Now, granted, they usually come and pick it up eventually, but I mean, we could go a day or 2 without it, and then trash everywhere. I don't feel safe now walking down the street in an evening with a bunch of strange people that I don't know. Plus, they don't have any concern about coming up and down the street, how fast they're going, what they're doing, or how many cars they have. It's just changed the whole element of the neighborhood, and it is such a nice place to be. Now with the castle, it's up for sale. I mean, to me, that's the ideal one. The other 2 are just nice homes. And since we have nice homes, now we have to pay the price of people buying up the property and moving in and taking over our neighborhood. And I know that sounds, like it's okay, but it's really not okay. I don't like strange cars. I don't know who's supposed to be there and who's not. I don't know if I should be calling Leon Valley. These people are coming in and using our neighborhood, walking up and down streets in our neighborhood of people we don't know. It's not safe. I just don't feel safe. You don't know what kind of people are coming into the neighborhood, first of all. You know, no one's vetted. Anyone could come in there, and they could do anything, and we won't know about it. Plus, I know, too, that they don't regulate. You know, I know they come in like one time maybe and make sure they have a fire extinguisher or whatever. You know, if something breaks or there's a flood or something, the other neighbors around, we wouldn't know. I mean, because the person that owns it wouldn't know until the next person came in.
Sure, I understand
so
that.
I just...
Thank you for expressing your concerns. We really appreciate it.
I know that there's 12%, they're saying in San Antonio, of the area.
12.5, yeah.
12.5, yes. And if we get one more, we'll be up to 16.
Okay.
So
Very
I'm
good.
just...
Thank you for those comments. Do
Take a look.
appreciate it.
Ma'am, could I get your name?
So, Mary Jo Griffin, Adair. All right. Good evening and welcome, Linda.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So my family has lived in Leon Valley for 51 years. I first came to this home in July of 1989, and it is just an amazingly special place on earth. But I will tell you, the experience I've had the last 4 months, it is absolutely horrific. I have no sense of personal safety. I have no ability to have quiet time during the evening for my family. During the day, I can't work from home because of the constant distractions. I would say the loss of the culture, the neighborhood feeling, like relying that my neighbors might have a party, but you know what? Next weekend I'm going to have a party, and we share driveways. Hey, you guys park in my driveway. These are a bunch of people. I don't know who they are. They race down the street. I have elderly people that live close to me in the neighborhood, and it is harrowing. We've had post office boxes knocked down by people that I would say were driving recklessly, not engaged with us. We had to all put together, get our videos, and figure out who did this and reaching out. Vacant property, because then nobody's home for 2 weeks, right? And so we have no idea of what's going on in that house. It's dark. Sometimes all the lights are on for days on end. I just can't tell you enough how it has completely interrupted my sense of well-being in this community. I'm fearful for my safety. I don't want my grandchild to come here because I don't know who is there. I rely on my neighbors to be a community, and it's been a wonderful pleasure living in Leon Valley. And I would implore you to please take action immediately. We have a lot of concerns. In our research, I have determined that we are not the only ones with the crazy trash. I have broken beer bottles. There's smoking and vaping, all kinds of stuff outside because the owner said no smoking in the house, right? So that's music, it's conversations, it's people at 11:30 at night and they can't get in the house. There's 11 cars in front of my house, and they eventually had to go to a hotel because the owner wasn't responding. So, I mean, I can just keep going on. The trash is right in front of my front door. I don't have parties anymore. I don't have colleagues over because I'm embarrassed. And so I just need you guys to please do something. I think the San Antonio has done an amazing job of being very proactive. I had to ask for visibility, communications, permitting. Somebody needs to tell us who to contact. We didn't even know. It took me 2 months to even figure out what is going on with our new neighbors. So it's harrowing. And I'm happy to help you if you don't have the information. But my understanding is we need you guys here, the city council, to say, please take action. And I'd like you to do so like immediately.
And is this Airbnb directly across the street
It's
from
right
your
in front of
home?
my front door. So I'm sitting in my family room, and then at evening, which I can't do anymore, and I can't work from home because my dog that I've changed for 2 years to bark when somebody our home was broken into next door, and so my dog is trained to bark, and he barks now because I have strangers all over my home. He doesn't bark at my neighbors because he knows them, but he barks at these people because he's trained to do so.
Sure. Okay.
And, it's
Thank you so much for those comments, Ms. Medford. Do
very
appreciate
much, and I
it.
really appreciate, and there's a lot of us very eager if you need some help or resources.
Okay, we
Thank
will do that. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. If you'll please state your name and where you live.
Sylvia Salceda, and I live on Adair.
Adair.
And we're also across the street. We're catty corner on Adair. And my husband and I, one night, we were wondering all the noise from these cars. And if you've ever been on Adair and Countess Adria, you just come in, it's a dead end. So it's a cul-de-sac going into Countess Adria and going around on Adair as well. The street is very narrow. So there isn't, we don't have sidewalks, and we like it that way. When my husband and I first saw our home, we thought we were going to move out of town. I mean, and it's like living out in the country. But lately, with businesses coming in, first with the nursing home, and now with the 2 Airbnbs, it's like we're not a neighborhood. It's like we're not homes anymore. It's just, it's sad. It's very sad because this is old. There isn't enough room there for people to park. There were 15 cars one time, cars and trucks on that one house. I didn't believe my husband when he told me that, so we went out to walk, 15. But the reason that we went out was because of all the noise from the cars, the way they were coming in, the way they parked on the lawn, on the street. I mean, they were just parked all over, 15 vehicles for that one house. How many people came in on each vehicle to stay in that house? I've been in that house before. It's not that big. It isn't, because Rose was my neighbor before she left. I'm sure she'd be very upset if she knew that this is what the people who came from another state came to do. It's just not right.
Okay. Thank you for those comments, Ms. Salceda. Anyone else? Yes. Good evening. Spencer, how are you? Good. And welcome.
Mayor Riley and members of the City Council, thank you for hearing our voices tonight, and we hope that you will take some action. I live over on Countess Adria, one house down from the castle that's been up for sale, and they've been doing a lot of work fixing that thing up. And I'll tell you, my wife and I have a concern that this is going to be the next bed and breakfast coming into the neighborhood. You guys imagine, living next door to it's a party house. We've seen all the movies on TV with the frats and the fighting and things like that. This is what's starting to appear in our neighborhood, and it needs to be stopped. I'm not for bigger government, but this has to be controlled. It's a cheap way of making business, or to say, hey, Leon Valley's growing in businesses with these B&Bs, like a vape store, a tattoo parlor, title loans. You need to have respectable businesses. And like all the neighbors have mentioned, when I came in here, retired out of the military, came here over 15 years ago, the neighborhood was kind of like you just said. It was country living with pizza delivery, and people loved it, very peaceful neighborhood, but it's starting to turn. And I'm afraid that, like I say, if that house goes, and I've told them, my wife and I will move. We'll leave the area. But imagine if that's next door to you. Would you want it? It's advertised for a party, and you don't know what type of criminal activity is going on inside there. They're not just in there drinking or having a party to watch the big football game. Probably some illegal gambling, drugs. Yeah, we got some serious concerns, and it needs to be addressed at some level. And hopefully that you guys can take some action there.
Okay.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. Really appreciate it. Yes, sir.
My name is Roger Salceda. Sylvia was my wife. She came up here a few minutes ago. I just wanted to add a couple of things. In order to get to these houses, it's a one-way in, one-way out from Evers. They're both cul-de-sac streets. Okay, we live across the street from this house. Years ago, Marcy Meffert, one of your mayors, lived across the street. Okay? Agnes Maddox, if y'all remember Agnes.
I do.
This wouldn't be happening if they were around. I'm going to tell you that right now. But 32 years ago, we moved in there. Our kids went to Marshall, and it was quiet. I have motion sensor lights outside. I adjust them so that the deer don't set them off, but now they're on all the time. All the time. So I get up. My wife sleeps pretty heavily, but I get up, and because the lights are on outside, and I'm like, why? Why are the lights on? Well, next thing you know, you see somebody walking by, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. That never happened before. Never. So I just wanted to add a couple of things and ask you all to help us out.
Okay.
We're relying on you all to help us out.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Mr. Sauceda. Anyone else in the chambers that would like to say something? Yes, sir. I do have a letter that I need to read, but I wanted to wait and hear from everyone in the chambers. Good evening and welcome. If you'll state your name and where you live, please.
Yes, ma'am. Pablo Guevara. We live on Countess Adrea.
Okay.
We're across the street from one of the Airbnbs. There was an incident one time. I met the owners, and I introduced them, and I welcomed them to the neighborhood, but he never said, hey, we're not living here. It's going to be for business, you know. There was a time where, when they first opened it, there was like 8 cars in that driveway. 2 o'clock in the morning, I hear a lady yelling and screaming, and then another lady, and then 2 guys, and throwing stuff and cussing. So I called the police. There's a police report on record. And police showed up. They talked to them. They left, and 10 minutes after they left, they started up again. So we don't know who these people are that are coming into the neighborhood. We don't know where they're coming from, you know. And again, like it was mentioned before, we don't know what kind of activity they're doing. You know, we got cars running up and down the driveway. We got, you know, Ubers coming in. We got DoorDash coming in. We got maid service coming in. We never had that before. It was a quiet neighborhood. That's the reason why we moved in there, because it was a quiet neighborhood. But now it's just totally changed. We got to watch out for each other. I tell my wife, check the camera before you leave, you know, before you go out that door to leave. It's just not safe anymore. You know, I just have to tell my daughter wants to go walking. I tell her, nope, can't go walking. You know, if I can't see you, then I don't know where you're at. So it's something that it's really important to us as a neighborhood, as a community, that this has to be taken care of.
Okay.
And it's really, you know, something that's bothering us, and it's got to be taken care of.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So just to clarify, there's one Airbnb on Countess Adria and one on Adair.
Correct.
But then you also think that they're in the nursing home, but you've also got the castle that you think may be turned into a commercial venture. Thank you. I just want to make sure that I had that right. Okay. Anyone else like to address this issue? If not, I was going to read this letter from another one of your neighbors, Blanca. Is it Jehant? Mayor Riley and other Leon Valley officials, it was a pleasure meeting you and other officials from Leon Valley this past October during the National Night Out at Linda and Greg Meffert's home. The reason for this email is that within the last few months, I found out that the house to my left is being rented out as an Airbnb. I did not know it was a rental until one of my neighbors told me someone attending a football party that house knocked down their mailbox around November. The reason I know is because I could hear the people screaming and shouting for their teams. I could hear this from my bedroom. Later that evening, all I could hear was loud music as the party continued. I must say I was very scared that evening, not knowing who was there, and did not sleep. There were cars parked all over the yard. Since that time, there has been other groups of families, I assume, that have stayed in that home and are loud. This has been my experience. I do not like the idea of having strangers on a weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly basis coming and going next door. It is bad enough that crime has increased around the area since I moved here 26 years ago. I remember sitting outside and enjoying the outdoors, thinking that I felt like I was in the country instead of living in the city, nice and quiet. I felt safe at the time, but can't say that anymore. The cul-de-sac on Adair and Countess Adria was a very peaceful neighborhood. At first, I was excited to know a family with small children would be moving next to me. My excitement was because my granddaughter would have children to play with. Now I'm afraid to even let her go out, not knowing who is renting the house. What options as homeowners of Leon Valley do we have regarding the Airbnb short-term rental? We need to have a contact name and number for when things get out of hand or when we as neighbors have issues. I would like police to make casual drive-bys through our cul-de-sac. I used to love my neighborhood and my neighbors, but now I'm questioning it. I want my peace and comfort back again. Any help you, City Council, and City Manager would be greatly appreciated. Sincerely, Blanca Jahant, Jahant. All right, thank you. So that'll be part of the record. So, okay, so I think you've gotten the picture. Yes, Mr. Martinez, go ahead if you'd like to add to.
Okay. I brought this B&B issue up a few months ago. My big complaint with the Airbnbs is with the hotel occupancy tax. The people that have the Airbnb, or Airbnb is collecting the 6.5% state hotel tax, and that goes straight to the comptroller. Here in the San Antonio ordinance, if you read it, the people that own the house are supposed to pay the other, I don't know if it's 6.5%, I don't know what our local hot tax is, but it could very well be another 6.5% that they need to be paying every month to either Leon Valley or pay it to the state. Just like I have to pay, for my business, I have to pay sales tax on the 20th of the month. And in fact, it mentions on here that to pay the city of Leon Valley, or no, the city of San Antonio, the other portion of the hot tax. So that's one of the big things that I brought up, and it kind of fizzled. Nobody wanted to bring that forward and force the people that run the Airbnbs to pay our hot tax. The other issue is Josh and I met with a company at the TML conference that they specialize in hotel occupancy tax management. So, we have the two motels, or we have, two motels here in Bandera and then the one on Wurzbach. So my question is, if you spend more than 30 days, you don't have to pay the hot tax. But these are short, even the in-town suites are short-term rentals. So you pay by the week. So are they paying the hot tax or not? So, are we losing out on a good revenue source? So that's my big concern. And there's a company, like we met at TML, like I said, that they make sure that these motels are compliant. The other thing, I think we should, that's missing from the San Antonio's ordinance is limiting the number of people that rent. If you have a 2-bedroom house, may be limited to 5 or 6 people, period. If let's say 2 people per bedroom, and then maybe, a couch could be a sleeping area. So maybe, if it's a 2-bedroom house, limited to 5 or 6 people. Not having 15 people at an every, you can't speak.
Your 3 minutes are up.
So I would like to see that added to the San Antonio's ordinance, and definitely.
Mr. Martinez, excuse me, it's already in there. It's 2 people per bedroom,
Okay.
is what it already says.
Okay.
Yeah,
Then
I just wanted to clarify
I missed
that.
it then.
Yeah.
Then the other thing is, we definitely have to have a local contact. If, God forbid, if a house catches on fire or there's an accident or something major, we need to know who the property owner is. And, we've had problems in the past. Well, we've had a problem with some of the apartment complexes. Who the actual owner is. It's owned by a corporation that's owned by another corporation that's owned by another corporation, and they're shell companies, and they're just moving stuff around. So we need to know where the buck stops. And I would like to make sure that that would be in our ordinance. And that's all I've got on this subject.
Okay. Excuse me just a second. I just want to say, and I appreciate the hot tax, but I think what I'm hearing from the residents is they want control of the actual situation, which is we don't, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Caldera, I mean, we have no regulations at all.
Correct.
We have no permitting. We have no, I mean, nothing, not even an application fee. We don't even know where our short-term rentals are. And I think this is what I'm hearing the residents say. Let's get control of this. It's only going to get worse. And so that's what I'd like this discussion to be focused on. Hot tax, yes. And also, just from my experience, this is a business. My son is moving from his condominium to another home that he's been renovating downtown. And so I said, oh, are you going to rent the house or sell it? And he goes, oh, no, Mom, I'm going to do a short-term rental. Do you know that I can only get $3,000 a month if I rent the house, but I can get $6,000 plus if I rent it Airbnb? I can get $350 a night. So this is what I'm saying. This is a business. And so why, I mean, I personally feel like we need to regulate it. It's time. So that's all I wanted to say, but thank you, Mr. Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor. We have addressed this several times. This is about the third or fourth time it comes to City Council. I was against it at first, but it's something that's going to go on. And one of my concerns a while back was about the monies being, but now that's not even important now. What's important now is the safety of the neighborhood. I wanted to make sure that they get a permit, and that was voted down. I think that it's imperative that we know who's coming into our city, who's coming into our neighborhoods, who is living next to you. I'm okay with R&Bs, and it's going to happen, but I think that we should have control to the point where we may mirror San Antonio short-term rentals ordinance and kind of change it to kind of benefit Leon Valley, where we can go ahead and not only take care of the businesses of the people that want to have bed and breakfast here or Airbnb for a day or two, but to also take care of the safety of the citizens that are right next to it. I'm open to going with what San Antonio has and mirror that and just tweak it enough to where Leon Valley will benefit on that. I'm totally for having regulated, get a permit, and find out who's coming into our neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bradshaw.
So there was a lot of things said. I wrote down some notes. You know, obviously there's some concerns that I think are legitimate. And I'd like to ask Dr. Caldera, if I don't know if you have numbers or off the top of your head, how many complaints, and I don't mean complaints, I mean police calls, because there's things that I wrote down that I think we already have ordinance for. Parking, trash, drugs, noise, parking in the yard. Those are all legitimate ordinances that we have ordinance for already.
Correct. So there's no way for me to pull those numbers because when I get a call, it's normally like, this is a call for parking or this is a call for loud noise.
The parties,
parties, and we send an officer out there to check. We're not there to check whether or not they're an Airbnb or not. Now, we can make some assumptions sometimes, but that's not indicated on any police. There's not like a box we check.
Of course.
You know what I mean? So there's
but
not
for
a
these
way,
addresses,
right?
do we
So
have
there's
any?
not a way for me to know. Now, I can look up those specific addresses if that's something the council wants to look at, but it sounds to me like they've called on individual occasions, and so there's probably not a whole lot of police reports done on them, and so, but we can certainly get you that
Okay.
number if that's something that y'all.
I was just curious, like, what about the mailbox that got run over? Do you know if that was reported? A report on that? Okay, so here's my concerns. We cannot regulate things like I don't like the culture. The culture's changing. We don't know who people are. I don't feel safe. There's people walking by honestly, those things to me, that is sad. It's sad that we're saying, I don't like the people in my neighborhood that don't belong here in my neighborhood. We only like the people that we know in our neighborhood. And we can look at these short-term rental ordinance, but keep in mind, you can't just say, oh, short-term rentals have to register and we have to have a contact person and we have to do this and that. More than 50% of Leon Valley is renters. Long-term rentals the same. So are we going to say everybody that rents a house out has to register and has to have a contact and things like that? There's already ordinances on the books. If somebody has a party and they're disturbing the peace, call the police. If somebody's parking and blocking driveways, there's already ordinances of how many cars are allowed to be there. Airbnb itself does not allow parties. You cannot have a party house. If they're advertising it and saying it's a party house, we need to contact Airbnb and shut that down, right? They cannot do that. But for us to just say, I don't want this house to be rented in my neighborhood, there's a term for that, and I'll tell you it. It's called a NIMBY, not in my backyard, and that's exactly what I'm getting here. And Councilor Martinez, you've already brought this up 3, 4, 5 times now, as has been mentioned. It's died. I think we need to just let it rest. I'm totally against this. Big government, overregulation. There are things, it's health, safety, welfare. That's what we need to watch out for in these neighborhoods, and that's it. Not try and kick out Airbnbs out of, and we're not just talking about your neighborhood. We're talking about all of Leon Valley. Mm-hmm. So if you want to just regulate your neighborhood, there's a way to do it. It's a HOA. You can band together, create a HOA, and that's how you can stop it.
Okay. Yes, sir, just a second. I wanted to see if Mr. Stevens wanted to say something, and then I'll let you respond. Go ahead.
So a couple of things. First, Crystal, I sent you an email.
I can't pull it up because I don't have access to that right now since we switched web servers.
Damn it.
So, but you can, I saw that you brought it through. I was trying to log in right now.
I can try to pull it up. It's really going to be insufficient, though. My computer's dying also.
Do you have access to your screen over there? Your actual hard screen?
No, my computer's like on its last battery. I didn't bring my charger. But so what I was had emailed Crystal is a council, like a memo letter internally San Antonio had sent in December of last year. Essentially, Mario Bravo, one of the council members, had added an agenda item to discuss short-term rentals and how unsuccessful San Antonio has been at enforcing compliance, and how at least 20% of the actively registered Airbnbs were not compliant, and how the city had no really mechanisms to ensure compliance. So say, for example, if a person decided they just flat out didn't want to register, the city can send a cease and desist, but like you do that, the next step is you're suing them, right? And so the city, then you get into the tricky area, and I was going to actually ask the lawyer, I don't know if I have a specific question, but I know there's tons of case law. We were waiting on New Braunfels at one point, and I don't know if their case has been resolved regarding short-term rentals, and New Braunfels was being too strict. I know they backed away from some of their strict requirements regarding short-term rentals in the interim, although I don't know if it's resolved in the courts. I know the Texas Supreme Court has ruled against the city of Austin regarding short-term rentals because Austin was being so strict. So here's what I see is you can have these mechanisms, and where it's more of a voluntary basis. Like San Antonio's is really, it's voluntary. Because if you don't comply, then they aren't going to sue you. Like they could sue the individual property owners, but then San Antonio is going to lose in court probably. And so the question to me is, if we roll this out, are we willing to, when somebody does not comply, are we willing to sue them? Because we can't shut them down per se. It's a residence. Like whether it's being used not as a residence or not, we can't use force to go into their property unless we have, the court giving us permission. And so that's where the council memorandum is actually very valuable, the text in it, because he highlights why why San Antonio has these issues. And essentially his idea is to develop a committee or whatever, a speedy committee in San Antonio for 60 days to analyze, areas of improvement and how they can fix their program, essentially. But I see this, so I see there is some things the city can do, but I don't know if we can actually resolve a lot of the issues, because when it comes down to it, it's going to be compliance regarding this. And are we willing as a council, especially given our past, are we willing to take it to the next level? And when somebody doesn't, follow through, pursue litigation, when then we know, you sue somebody, you're pretty much committing to a couple $100,000 right off the bat as a city, and because you're going to go through that process with them. And so, are we willing to take to that next level when somebody's not compliant? I see that we could, it could be rolled out, and it could be a voluntary basis. But again, it goes back to, can you really control the number of people that are in an Airbnb? Can you control, and so I view this also, and I've talked to the police chief in the past about my own house. So I live in I like a lot of my neighbors, but one of my neighbors, they do not own the house. They are long-term renters. And whereas a lovely family lived there for several years, and it was fantastic, we have had other long-term renters that have moved in, and it has been less than thrilling to live next door to them. And in the city, there's little that the city can do regarding that, because it's their own property, they're renting it, and so I kind of have to deal with, the stuff that we have to put up with that
Well,
neighborhood.
I think we all have that. Long-term versus short-term is different, though, so.
Right.
Okay.
Well. So the deal is like, so the city. And I'm really unimpressed also, because it doesn't seem like we've done a lot of research, just like the last 4 times that this has been brought up, into actual solutions for the problem. We have San Antonio's ordinance, which my sheet showed it doesn't work, right? Because the council is internally determining that it's not working,
I didn't have that information tonight.
Right, so they aren't.
I'm looking at this, and I think this is a good start. You have a permit fee, how to get operating without a permit. It's a $500 per violation per day.
Yeah,
they have limits on parking. They have limits on number of people. They have hours of operation.
So San Antonio, again, in this memorandum, they have not ever enforced the $500 fine per day.
Mm-hmm.
Like they clearly say, it's not, it's a lot of verbiage, right? But is it enforceable? And are we willing to take it to the next level, I think is the big question. And so let's draw it to the next conclusion. Mm-hmm. So we roll out this ordinance that's very similar to theirs, kind of parallel it. So it's there. Mm-hmm. And then we're going to advertise it to the community, I'm sure, somehow. And I don't know exactly how many short-term rentals, probably 40 to 60. I know some residents that are involved in committees actually rent out a portion of their home on Airbnb also. So we're going to be impacting them as well. And maybe that's okay. I think that might be okay for the most part. But when there's a person that's obviously has their house as like a party house or whatever, and they don't comply with our ordinance, meaning they don't register at all, what do we do as a city? What can we lawfully do as a city? Okay. That's where I kind of wanted our attorney to see if there's something that we could actually do to enforce a short-term rent, given the circumstances in Texas and given all of the case law and the ongoing court battles that are being fought through the state regarding short-term rentals. Is there an ability for cities to actually enforce short-term rental ordinances?
Okay, very good. Did you want to respond to Mr. Stevens? Okay, and then Mr. Saucedo, you had your hand up next, so I'm going to call on you again.
Just to add on to Councilor Stevens' point about how do we enforce this if we pass something similar. San Antonio's been unsuccessful with this, but not only that, we don't have the staff that San Antonio does. If we were to pass something like this, now we have to have a short-term rental hold department to register residents, to enforce all these things. I just don't see that we have that.
Okay, all right, very good. Mr. Saucedo, and then Ms. Griffin and Mr. Yeah.
He can't, you have to call on the person, he hasn't spoken yet.
Very good. Let people who haven't spoken next. I'm sorry, thank you for bringing that to my attention. I just saw his hand up first. All right, Mr. Mata.
Yeah, Eric Mata, Canterfield. So obviously hear these concerns, and I think Mr. Campos did a really good job of outlining his concerns. I'm going to tell you, sitting here and listening to some of this stuff was really troubling. It smacked of elitism, classism, a sense of these, the talk of these kind of people. We don't know who these people are. We all live here. There are people that move in and out of houses all the time. You can't regulate who moves in, what kind of people move in. That's ridiculous. So, I understand the concerns, but to come in here and think you're making an argument that's somehow going to persuade a community or a council based off the kind of arguments that were being made by some of these residents was, to me, offensive. Okay. We all deal with renters around us, long-term, short-term. Everything changes. Parents moved here in 77. It is not the same community it was then. We know that. That's just life.
Okay.
We don't live in, okay. I mean, if you want that sense of an HOA that a place like Alamo Heights has, fine. I mean, there is certainly that classism there for sure, but I'd like to think better of our community than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Caldera.
Councilor Hefner would like to make a comment.
All right.
Go ahead, Councilor Hefner.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I am sympathetic to the residents who have these concerns, and I'll echo what Mr. Bradshaw said. For many of the concerns that were raised, I think there are existing ordinances on the books, right? Noise complaints, trash in the yard, parking. These are things that our police department currently has ordinances for that they can enforce and they can address. My concern is, how are we being equitable to anyone? As was mentioned, over half of our city are renters. And when a property owner rents a property as a traditional rental with a 1-year lease or whatever, somebody was saying earlier, it's a business. Yeah, that's a business too. Whether you rent it short term or whether you rent it long term, it's a business. But we don't have the ability as a city to regulate and to dictate what somebody does with a long-term renter. If you get a bad renter in next door to you, as Mr. Stevens mentioned, that's unfortunate, but you don't go to the government and say, hey, let me get the government to kick this person out. You go to your neighbor and you say, hey, how can we resolve this? So I think there's remedies that exist. I think Mr. Bradshaw mentioned, an HOA. It sounds like there are several residents in the Count Sedair and their streets, and then that's a relatively small neighborhood, large lots, large properties. It sounds like if you guys have that critical mass of people who would want to form an HOA, you could do that. Mr. Orozco lives in Pavona Place, and when we discussed this issue previously, one of the questions that he raised was, does an HOA have the ability to regulate these? And I believe that in Pavona Place's HOA guide, they don't allow short-term rentals. And that's an option that's available as an extra governmental body beyond what the city could do, but that would allow you to regulate how you want your neighborhood to be handled. I don't think it's appropriate that we implement an ordinance that would apply to the entirety of the city, because, to be fair, the Count Sedair and Dare neighborhood is not a typical profile of our city. Most of those houses are on an acre or half an acre. That's not typical of most of our neighborhoods. So I just think there are other paths available, other remedies available to residents to be able to address their concerns with our current existing ordinances.
Okay. I just want to make a note that we did have on the books an ordinance many years ago regulating rental homes in Leon Valley. And we had it on the books for many years, and I believe it was this council that undid it a couple of years ago. So, but we successfully, and I don't know, I mean, we were able, well, I know, but we were able to get the ordinance, and I don't know how but we handled it. We handled it.
It was a rental registration,
Yeah,
and it was here.
yeah.
And one of the reasons that the council went away with it is because we weren't having a whole lot of people register. We can't force people to register.
Yeah, I understand, but we tried. Yeah, we tried. to try to, because there were a lot of concerns
I know
about
Mr.
the rental.
Salcedo wanted to say something. He still has 1 minute and 59 seconds available in his 3
Okay,
minutes.
very good. And then, go ahead. And Ms. Chasen, did you have something too? You had your, okay, you did. All right, Mr. Salcedo, go ahead.
Real quick, I wanted to say that we came to y'all for help, okay? Because you all are city council and our mayor, okay? Please don't rely on police reports on how many times we've called the police. Because we don't call the police. We know they're busy somewhere else. We're not going to call them for, excuse my language, bullshit, okay? But we can. I mean, I don't want to. I've lived there 32 years, and I've probably called the police once, okay? But 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, people walking around the neighborhood, and they're coming from that house. If you want me to start calling the police, and you're going to decide how to help us by how many police reports there are, I'm sure we can all call, you know? But we don't want to do that. We came to y'all for help. Please help us, okay? And as far as the neighborhoods are concerned, renters here, renters there, yes, things change. This is the future, okay? I understand. We live 2 cul-de-sac streets. Nobody's coming in and out of there. Nobody. HOA, it's not worth it. It's not worth it for one entrance, one way in and out. But please don't rely on police reports, because I can make a bunch of them. I was a policeman at one time.
All right.
I know the rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salcedo. Okay. All right. I think we've, yeah, Mr. Martinez, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I'm in favor for going forward with a similar ordinance, like mirroring the San Antonio's ordinance, modify it for Leon Valley, and I support moving forward with this. We really need to know who the owners of the houses are, and we really need, I know it's been my issue, I think we really need to be collecting the hot tax, because, you know, San Antonio requires it. Every city requires hot tax for motels, you know, short-term rentals. So why aren't we collecting it?
Okay. All right. Mr. Stevens?
Can you try to pull that thing up?
I can't log into my email.
Oh, but printing it's not as, I mean.
Okay.
Yeah, if you can put it on my flash drive. If you can email it to Sandra, she can put it on my flash drive.
Okay, I'll do that.
So are there legal issues? I don't know about that, Mr. Stevens. Do we need the city attorney to weigh in on this first? If it's not legal, I mean, again, constitutional or whatever you were saying. So, I mean, I just want to help the situation, and I don't see why we can't, you know, like Mr. Martinez said, mirror something about just.
So, can you all hear me?
Yes, very good. Thank you. Would you address that, please?
Correct. Over the past 2 years, there's been a lot of litigation
Okay.
limiting short-term rentals
Okay.
and legislation by cities limiting the ability for people to rent their property as short-term rentals. So there are cases out there that restrict you from banning short-term rentals.
From banning,
and then,
okay.
Certain restrictions you can't have on short-term rentals. But you can have a short-term rental statute. And I agree with, I believe it was Bradshaw and Hefner, that there are, when you look at what you can do in a short-term rental that is legal, you already have a lot of those statutes already. And so I think everyone's point was well taken and tracks the legal trends when it comes to short-term rentals.
Okay, so the only avenue that our citizens have then is just to call in trash, parking, noise, whatever. I'm trying to think of some of the other issues. Just call, that's it? Is that what you're saying?
Nicole, can we require a certificate of occupancy for short-term rentals or require a permit?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you can do that, and permitting, you can do that.
And at least we'd have documentation of what homes are short-term rentals, correct? By the permitting process, even though I think you said, Mr.
It's going to be hard. It's kind of like the renter's registration.
Okay.
It's going to be hard to make them come in and do that piece.
Okay. All right, Mr. Stevens, and then Mr. Martinez.
So I have another question along
Okay, go
these same lines. So in hopefully before long, Sandra, we can share that on the screen, the memo from San Antonio. But so San Antonio, and Nicole, I'm speaking to you. So San Antonio has acknowledged essentially in this internal memorandum from last month that they're unable to, or they're unsuccessful at enforcing compliance with their short-term rental ordinance. And so in the event that we rolled out a requirement that short-term rentals obtain a permit prior to operation or to continue operating, what is, if a property owner is unwilling to be compliant with that, what avenues does the city have to force compliance?
Okay.
And as I mentioned, the trend in the law, there's been cases, but some questions that are unanswered, like single-family residence and the number of people that you can have in a residence that doesn't live there. But can you limit the amount of people in the residence? Other questions that still loom is taking. Are you committing a taking if you're not allowing people to gather income from their properties? In other words, there's questions that are unanswered, and if you go down this path, it is going to be difficult with those unanswered questions in enforcing it, because there's no, I call it bright line rule as a guide to you.
Okay. Mr. Martinez, did you have something? But Mr. Stevens, I wanted you to address this memo since you've asked for us to look at
Sure.
it.
So
Please.
if you look at this, so
Yeah.
This council member is requesting a review of their current short-term rental ordinance. It's a resolution, or I guess a request to draft a resolution. But so there will be a rise in short-term rentals with the likely passage of the new accessory dwelling amendments. So give some history. San Antonio has gone to extremes to allow a lot of properties to add a separate building on single-family residential properties for the purpose of population, because there's not enough places for people to have affordable rent and that sort of thing. So because of that, there might be more short-term rentals. He's saying, and so out of there's 4,300 permits on file. AirDNA, which I think is one of those for-profit companies, estimates there's about 20% of total active units operating. And then they talk about Acela is not currently connected. This should be evaluated to ensure a larger percentage of compliance in hotel occupancy tax remittance to the city of San Antonio. So, and then I think he has some actual suggestions regarding density and stuff as well, but I think this just goes to show that San Antonio may have a good ordinance if for voluntary compliance. But again, we've seen this with other issues. The bad rentals are not going to voluntarily comply. They're going, like the rule followers follow the rules. The people that want to break the law break the law. And so I don't want to be, because of our track record in the past, I don't want to be the city like New Braunfels has had to go through when I think they're still in their litigation with short-term rentals. I don't want to be that city that's spending millions of dollars on litigating a single short-term rental, because the problem with short-term rentals is there is advocacy organizations like the Texas Public Policy Foundation was the one that successfully won so they sued the city of Austin for their short-term rental ordinance. And I don't think we want to be that city where a large organization comes and sues us and we have to fight to defend our short-term rental ordinance. And then given the Texas Supreme Court's track record of short-term rentals in the recent few years, we will probably not win. So why would we want to commit those type of funds? Unless are we just going to pass this ordinance hoping for voluntary compliance? Which, I mean, maybe that's okay.
Okay, yes.
Counselor Hefner.
All right. Mr. Hefner, go ahead.
I would like to go back to what the mayor kind of started this conversation with, and that is, the citizens have come to us asking for help, and they want a problem solved. And the problem is, these issues that are coming up in their neighborhood. So, when we talk about how do we get there, how do we get to solve the actual problem, Mr. Stevens' point is well taken, that if the ordinance can't be enforced, and you're depending on voluntary compliance, and you've already got a property owner who isn't complying with our existing ordinances, we have a very low expectation that owner is going to comply with a new ordinance that we've piled on top. I think our path to giving the residents some sort of redress that they can address these grievances towards is what we've outlined. You have the ordinances that are on the books. I know nobody wants to call the police for something. I know it's going to be a non-emergency situation, right? But you've got to make that record so that we have the data to go off of. And so if this particular property becomes a problem property, a nuisance property, then that's something the city can begin to deal with.
In what way?
The challenge is when you start talking about
We don't have an ordinance.
Nicole mentioned about limiting the number of people who can be in a property. What's to say that somebody doesn't rent a 4-bedroom house because they have 9 children, or because they have a large family where grandparents are living with them intergenerationally? Housing is a problem across the board for a lot of different family profiles, not just your traditional 2.4 kids and a white picket fence. And so, I think that's something that we have to consider when we think about, this ordinance that San Antonio has, it addresses very directly a short-term rental problem, but as we can see, it's not effective, it's voluntary, and it really doesn't get to the heart of the problem, which is trying to solve the issue that the residences are having. And so I think we stick to the path that they have available to them. And then if they need something additional, they can do an HOA. I heard the gentleman say that an HOA wasn't worth it. That's not really a decision that we can make. That's a decision that the residents have to make, whether it's worth it or not to them to take that step.
Okay, thank you.
Just so that way
Yes.
we know, we've been on this topic for quite some time. So I don't know if somebody just wants to make a motion, so how to move forward with this particular item.
That's what. Yes, go ahead.
So is there any other recommendations from the city regarding, set aside, okay, we implement a short-term rental ordinance and it's people will choose to comply or not, we advertise it, all that. The city, regarding the specific complaints that we've heard, I don't know, maybe can you respond to the actual complaints, people walking the street at night, people littering, people congregating and being loud at 2 a.m., that sort of thing?
So, I mean, if they're having a party and there's a noise issue, they can call, police will go out, address the noise issue. They have to reach a certain decimal in order to receive a citation to be out of compliance with their current noise ordinance. As far as parking, I don't know what the parking situation, I'd have to look up if there's no parking allowed on those streets. It may be very similar to Shadow Mist, and they may be allowed to park there, so they're probably legally parking there. They can park there. People walking in the street, I can't regulate people walking in the street. Now, they can call for a suspicious person. We can send an officer out. The officer can question somebody. If they say, I'm going to go stay at the short-term rental, or I'm staying at that house, or they don't even have to, I mean, you're asking for an officer to go out and detain somebody, but they can go out and look for a suspicious person, ask a couple of questions, but they're under no obligation unless they're doing anything illegal, unlawful. If they're just walking in the street, they're not doing anything illegal. It's a public street. They can walk in a public street. So
Now, parking on the yard is illegal.
Parking in the yard is a
Definitely.
violation. They can call us and we will ask them to move. They're not allowed to park in the yard.
Noise ordinance, the police officer has to actually be there and hear it, and it
Right,
has
and
to,
they have,
yeah.
and they all carry a decibel sound, sorry. And they go out and they do go and test the sound, and they'll ask them to turn down their music. Usually we ask first before we start just issuing citations, so we ask them to turn down the music. If they don't comply with that, then we issue a citation or shut down the party.
Do we have any regulations on the book that say you have to be quiet after like 2 a.m. in the morning or noon or midnight? See, in the short-term rental, they have those hours.
Right. So it just depends on what you want to regulate. I mean, and then as far as noise is concerned, it's not just short-term rentals. If you regulate noise, you're regulating noise across the board.
Okay.
I mean, it's up to this council on what you want to do. We didn't prepare for this item. This was a request by the mayor to add this item. I don't like to spend a whole lot of staff resources on things because it does take an immense amount of staff time to do this. We've brought this item to you and have spent a lot of time on draft ordinances for y'all, as well as charts and stuff in the past, and y'all have decided on no regulations, and so continuing to bring back an item with variations of draft ordinances isn't a good use of staff time until I can get the majority of this council to say that y'all would like us to draft an ordinance or draft a policy. Then we'll be more than happy to do so. But until then, we're just following the current ordinances on the books, and so that's where we're at right now.
Thank you, Dr. Cordero. I had the January 19th, 2021 PowerPoint presentation, but we didn't have this in there. That's what I think.
There was a chart in the January
But there was a
2021.
chart of all these cities and what they allowed.
And what
so-
San
but
Antonio
I like
had
the
in
San
that
Antonio.
chart, and San Marcos and New Braunfels, and there was a lot of things, and we were waiting for the case law to come out from New Braunfels, and theirs was really some really strict regulations because they have the river and they have vacation home, they had some other things go on there, and they were trying to regulate it in its entirety. I think we came to a compromise at one point, kind of similar to the rental registration, and we got pretty close to doing an ordinance very similar to that, which was basically just registering and requiring them to go through some sort of certificate of occupancy process and requiring them to get possibly an SUP, I think was thrown out at one point.
Right.
But it was dealing with the health and safety inside the actual Airbnb. I think we had a complaint, it was probably about a year ago or a year and a half ago, somebody said that the stairs were wobbly off the deck and their kid could have fallen, so they didn't stay there. They were worried their child was going to fall off. And so we did get a complaint like that, and we explained to them we don't regulate private homes. If you choose to stay there, I mean, it's between you and that person that you rented the Airbnb from. And so I think that was brought up during that time with the council, and I think they felt like one complaint, one off, wasn't enough to support actually writing an ordinance to regulate Airbnbs at that time.
Okay. All right. Very good.
So you have currently, I've got right now, it seems like 2 for, 2 against. Jed Hefner seems like he would be against an ordinance. He's not currently here at the moment, but I would hate to draft an ordinance because you've got a split council and the mayor makes a decision, and then Jed comes back and we actually get to vote on the ordinance, and then it's just a waste of staff time between now and February the 7th. And so it just
happened before.
Yes. And so I just want to make sure whatever direction we get that.
Okay. Thank you for
Open
that.
discussion.
Do appreciate it. Yes. Mr. Martinez.
And I would like to make a motion that we pass an ordinance similar to, or use San Antonio's ordinance as a guideline, change it to fit our Leon Valley issues, and before it's presented to council, have Nicole, our city attorney, review it and make sure that it is legally something that's enforceable, and then bring it back to council.
Okay.
I cautiously second that, and I'll explain when it comes to the question.
Okay.
So if you can do the question, I'll go ahead and.
Sure. There's a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Orozco.
I would like to
Cautiously.
discuss first.
Okay, yes, and further discussion.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, go ahead.
And I totally agree with Dr. Cardenas. What's going to happen is that Hefner's going to come back, and it's happened before. It happened with the fence.
Yeah.
and they overturned it. So we'll just be spinning our wheels. If there's another way that we can take care of the citizens, even if it means what the gentleman just said about calling the police, making a point to complain whenever there is a problem, because there are reviews on the website when you're going to rent a house. If there's a bad review that's saying that Leon Valley's on top of them, then they're not going to rent that place. So if you complain, it might make a difference, especially if the people that are renting and put that opinion on there, on the website, they may take care of a little bit of the problem as far as them being able to rent it out. I just don't want to spin our wheels, because that's exactly what's going to happen. We said it before. We'll go ahead, hold on, Mr. Martinez. I'm totally in favor of trying to help you guys also, but I can also see the writing on the wall where we're going to be giving City Hall a task to go through all this, and it's not going to happen. I'd rather stop it here, help you out in whatever we can, and whether it be allowing police to go by there more often than they do not, complain, and put your reviews on there. I just don't want to give our staff work that is going to go down the drain.
Councilor
Thank you.
Bradshaw.
Mr. Orozco, for your comments, because I agree with that. I do not want staff to spin their wheels. We've already gone through this 3, 4, 5 times. So I disagree on sending this to staff to write an ordinance. Now, on the contrary, Councilor Orozco and I have committed to work on the sign ordinance together and bring that back. So, Councilor Martinez, if you want to go through this and you want to redline it and you want to bring something back to the council to consider, I'm all for that. You go ahead and spin your wheels, but I am against having staff, paid staff, taxpayer money, go through this for the 4th or 5th time to do it. That would be my suggestion.
Okay, thank you. Nicole, I had a question. Can we independently, and I don't know, maybe the answer is no, but can we regulate the number of Airbnbs on a block, or does it have to be within an ordinance? Like it is with the city of San Antonio? Okay, I didn't know if we could just pull that out. Okay. Okay, all right, thank you, I appreciate that. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
One thing that just was brought up, and this is where I disagree. Councilor Hefner has a B&B. And I think since he is an owner of a B&B, he should recuse himself from even discussing this topic completely, and he should not be able to vote on this issue.
Yes.
I checked that out, and
Councilor Orozco.
he has every right to vote for this. I did check it out today, and I asked the opinion of other people, and even though they're not an attorney here, they are attorneys, and I asked them about the right to vote. And as far as him reclusing himself from there, just because he owns B&B, that is not, I mean, unless I'm wrong, Nicole he has a right to vote on it.
Correct. I mean, just think about it this way. You own property and you pay taxes. That doesn't conflict you from discussing things that may protect the taxes. I mean, there's business owners on the diet. And so I've had this discussion with Hefner, and I don't believe that he needs to recuse himself for any legal reason.
Yeah, I checked on it today, and...
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'm sorry?
Councilor Hefner.
Oh, I'm sorry, we've got a lot going on here. Thank you, Mr. Hefner, for your patience. Go ahead and speak, please.
Yeah, so I would encourage any of those neighbors who have issues with their Airbnb. Yes, I own an Airbnb. It's on Sundial Street. I encourage you to go talk to any of my neighbors, and I try my very best to be a good citizen of our community. I don't believe any of my neighbors have had any complaints whatsoever, and I've been running an Airbnb for over a year. So, if that's the line that we're going to draw for people to recuse themselves, I would expect Mr. Martinez voluntarily to recuse himself from any matter pertaining to any business regulations, since he's also a business owner in our community. But I think that's a little absurd on its face, and I think everyone else can see that. I think in terms of this evening, what's on the agenda, and this was, I called earlier for a point of order, but there may not have been there may have been crosstalk going on, but I believe what's on the agenda tonight is staff seeking direction. It's not an up or down vote on anything. And I actually requested that this item be moved because unfortunately I'm out of town for work. It was something I couldn't control. And I asked for this item to be moved so that I could be present. However, I don't think we need a vote. I think we can give direction as we have established precedents in the past with our staff to give direction without a vote. I think calling for a vote on this item while I'm not physically present is abusing a technicality of the current interpretation of what a councilman can and can't vote on. And I still take issue with that interpretation, but until we get word back from the Attorney General, that's a separate conversation. So I think we can provide direction to staff to not pursue this without a vote. Thank you.
There's already a motion on the floor.
Yeah, exactly. And it does say impossible action. It doesn't say.
And the reason I wanted an actual motion with this one is because it's a contentious item. Like earlier when we did the shadow mist item, it was, there wasn't it wasn't a split council. And so I took y'all's direction. I'll bring back that ordinance. This particular one has a split council, so I wanted a vote.
Okay. All right. Very good. Yes, Councilor Stevenson, then we'll take the vote.
I'm a little bit disappointed that our council members seem to just be okay with wasting staff time. It bothers me a little bit, but I kind of go back to like what is the problem we're trying to solve, and we have a list of issues definitely from the community members, and so what is the best way to resolve those issues? I clearly showed what's on the screen in front of you right now is a document from a month, within the last 2 months, internally with the City of San Antonio, stating very clearly that there's 20% of people that are not complying with the ordinance. And then we're saying, let's go create an ordinance just like theirs because it works so well and it looks so good on paper. The problem is, there's 20% that are not complying with it. And do I think this Trouble House will be part of the 20%? I would bet you a large sum of money that they will not comply with an ordinance that we pass. And then what is that going to mean for this? That means we're going to have an executive session, and the city, they'll lay it out and say, we're going to cease to desist letter. This way it used to be like the government used to continuously do this. We've given a cease and desist letter against this property owner. They've completely ignored it. We've tried to send it certified mail. What do you want to do next? Do you want to sue them? And then is this council going to vote yes, go and pursue suing this property owner? And that's why the last couple of times that we've discussed this issue, I said I would be completely in favor of an ordinance that is not punitive, but that encourages compliance, that incentivizes compliance. And so if we're gonna request that people be compliant, which this is a request because it's not enforceable in the City of San Antonio yet. I don't know any city that has an enforceable short-term rental ordinance. But if we're going to submit this request to short-term rental property owners out there, that we incentivize it. So, and I gave suggestions the last couple of times, whether we're doing a fire inspection and where we want a bigger fire extinguisher than they currently have in all of our short-term rentals that we give them as a city in exchange for them registering and them voluntarily submitting hot taxes to us, which in the end it'll economically benefit the city if we can get voluntary compliance. But right now, again, it seems like we're trying to aim down a punitive effort that unfortunately is voluntary because there's no city that has figured out how to do it where they actually can enforce the ordinance. And so that's the problem that I have. And I'm very concerned that this did not resolve it. We have an agenda item later that I've discussed that I've met with at City Hall with staff about, And I always get frustrated when things get brought before us and there's literally no planning that happens behind this meeting. And so that's why it takes us 2.5 hours to go over a single agenda item, because there's no work done in the background. You'll see the agenda item later, it's going to go a lot faster than this one. And so I hope to my colleagues, if you bring this before us, take into consideration the other comments that have been provided and bring back a draft of something that's actually like where it follows kind of what we want, where it's maybe more enforceable, or it's not as punitive as it is encourages compliance. So that's where
Councilor Stevens, would you be willing to work on that?
No.
Oh, thought I'd ask. Okay, Councilor Martinez.
Where I disagree with this 20%, sure, we want compliance, but, how many people here have driven on 410 or on I-35 or I-10, and you're driving, okay, I'll admit, if it's 65 speed limit, I may go 1 or 2 miles over. But then, how many people are passing me like I'm stopped? So there's how many of that 20% of the people on the road aren't complying? So, it's the same thing here. So to me, it's a wash. Now, the way you enforce this law or this regulation is with the hot tax. Require every Airbnb to pay the hot tax.
Okay.
Simple.
All right. Let's go ahead and call the question then. Ms. Posley, if you'll, since we have a motion and a second on the table, let's go ahead so we can move on. It's way past 9 o'clock. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Ms. Posley, if you'll.
Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilor Stevens?
This is poorly thought out and unsuccessful, so no.
Does Councilor Hefner no vote?
No.
Okay, so no vote from Councilor Hefner. Councilor Orozco?
No.
And Councilor Bradshaw?
No.
Okay, the motion is defeated. 3 noes and 1. Yes, and one pass. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's not that, as I mentioned earlier, I don't want the staff to get involved in something that's going to be kicked back, and it will be kicked back, I can tell you that. But there is a solution that we can come back and try to help you. Chief Gonzalez is back there. You got the director of CPAC right there that we can work on this and try to work this out where we can come up to a resolution where we can feel safer and hopefully come out to a solution.
Would you put that on the agenda for the next CPAC meeting?
We could. You have the directors right there?
Okay, very good. Thank you. Yes.
I do have a request for the people that are very interested in this item. Before it gets brought to us again, because it will happen again, which I'm fine with, so long as it's thought out beforehand. And I think we've given tons of comments on this issue. And I think right now what we see that's obvious in San Antonio that, okay, it looks good on paper, right, but it's not enforceable. Figure out how we can create a successful program at initial launch where we can incentivize compliance. And I think that you'll get, I can say you'll get the majority of the council, but again, it needs to be thought out before this meeting time. And hopefully you do background research and stuff into how it can work.
Mr. Stevens, let me just clarify that, please. We had this on the books. Y'all voted it down, no regulations. But we also said if we find that there's a problem, we will address it again. Guess what? I heard from the citizens. They have a problem. That's why we put it on the agenda. I thought that the short-term ordinance from San Antonio was a good guide. So I'm sorry, but there was a reason for putting it on the agenda. I don't ignore citizens who request us to address it. Even though we've addressed it several times before, they weren't here. They're just now living it, and they wanted some discussion on it. So thank you. We work for you, and I'm sorry, but we are going to not pass this tonight. But the CPAC liaison and the chair said that they'll start looking at it at CPAC, so that's good. Let's keep the dialogue going. Call the police. Do not say, oh no, I don't want to bother them. No, call them. That's what you've now got an app on your phone, My Leon Valley. You can report it through your app and just bug the heck out of the police department. That's what I'd say. That's the short-term solution is what I'm hearing.
I can piggyback with
Yes,
that.
sir. Go ahead.
Your efforts did not go in vain. You brought up a serious problem that exists in Leon Valley. Give us an opportunity to try to help you out with that.
Okay. Thank you all very much. Have a good evening. All righty. Moving then to 6.4, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the hiring process for department directors. City Manager Caldera. Have a good evening. Thank you for coming.
All right, guys, so this is just a short policy.
All right, guys.
All right, guys. It's already 9 o'clock.
You can tell it's 10 after.
All right,
Okay.
so y'all adopted the citizens adopted the new charter amendment, and the new charter amendment essentially says that the city manager shall appoint department heads, including but not limited to the city secretary, police chief, fire chief, planning and zoning director, library director, human resources director, public works director, economic development director, finance director, and assistant city manager or managers upon consent of the majority of council. And so this doesn't mean that y'all get to select everybody. It just means that I get to bring an appointment to y'all and y'all affirm my appointment. But before I go down that path and bring y'all an appointment to affirm, I think there probably needs to be some joint communications as far as the interview process. And so my recommendation as part of this policy is essentially for y'all to select, prior to having 2 council members sit on the interview panel and be part of the suggested recommendations. And we've done this in the past, regardless of us not having a policy or not. You've been allowed in the past to sit on when we've hired economic development directors, I think even city secretaries and fire chiefs in the past. Even though y'all affirm the appointment, it's always kind of been that way. Even when y'all were a general law city, you could affirm the appointment of the city secretary, the fire chief, and police chief. And so we've allowed council members to sit on those panels before. So that's basically the gist of the policy. I put in, a city manager responsible for notifying city council of the budgeted department director vacancy. I have to follow fair and equal opportunity requirements by law. I have to follow all the local, state, and federal regulations. I can delegate some of my administrative, like advertising and stuff, to the HR director. City manager is responsible for creating the job notice and advertisement. The city manager is responsible for scheduling and setting up and developing the interview process of the applicants. Each applicant is different. Sometimes we want to have a PowerPoint presentation. Sometimes we want them to bring in samples of their work, and so that process will vary depending on the type of position. A city manager must place his or her recommendation on city council agenda for vote. The city council's responsibilities per this policy would be to select 2 members of city council to sit on the interview board, and then y'all as a whole body would determine whether or not to approve or disapprove of my appointment. And that just kind of outlines like the generic process of how things would go. I would post the job vacancy within 30 days. Now, I've held off on hiring the finance director position so we can I can get y'all's direction on how y'all want to be able to be part of that interview process. And so, any comments, concerns?
Crystal, I had two things.
Sure.
On the 2 members of the council to sit on the interview board, I'd like to see that we rotate that so that all of the council members have an opportunity to be on the interview. And then also, I'd like to sit in on the interview since I don't count towards the quorum.
That's perfectly fine. I don't want to be trying to
if the council approves.
Right,
So,
be scheduling a whole bunch of people. And the thing about rotating, I'm fine with. I think y'all can, that doesn't have to be in the policy, that's amongst y'all. And because what ends up happening is, say somebody sits on the council, like Mr. Martinez has a lot of technology, he may want to sit on the IT manager board. And so he may have sat on that, but then I have something that, is in line still with like maybe human resources, and he deals with human resources. And so he may want to sit on that board again. Like he may be the expert in that area again. And so I don't want to limit y'all to that, but if you as the mayor and as the body want to say, you sat on the board last time, now I want to sit, like I had Councilor Bradshaw and Councilor Stevens sit on the economic development board. As we move to the finance director position, there may be 2 people that are more finance oriented, but it may be Counselor Stevens because he's really good. I don't know that, but really good with numbers or something that he may be interested, and so he may want to sit on that board again. And it may have to do with scheduling. Counselor Hefner may not be in town or not be able to be available for those interviews, and so I don't want to be trying to schedule your schedule, 2 council members that have work schedules.
Well,
just
because
to set up
that
interviews.
does happen. That
Yes.
does happen.
And so, and then I prolong and somebody's waiting to be interviewed and they pick up a job somewhere else. And so this is just a way for y'all to give me direction, pick 2 people. If you can attend when those interviews are set, great. I try to do them in the evening because the majority of our council members do work. And so we do try to set them in the evening hours, normally after like around 6 p.m. Anytime between Monday through Friday, and try not to conflict with committee meetings as well. And so we try not to conflict with any of the committee meetings going on, as well as council meetings going on top of everybody's schedule. And so that's why I was trying to limit it to 2. And so.
All right. Yes, Mr. Martinez has his hand up first. Go ahead.
The policy that I really liked, that we've done it a couple times, is you or the staff do all the preliminary interviews, and you bring 2 to 3 people, and we interview them all together.
Yeah, that's what I do. I do, because
And
sometimes we get 3.
that way we're not limiting it to 2 people or something like that. Just, we can have an executive session and go in there and interview 2 or 3 people, and then we make a decision and we say, okay, Crystal, I like candidate 1.
Yeah.
And
so the way
then
I'm not going to do it that way. The way I'm going to do it is I'm going to have y'all select. Y'all pick 2. Y'all can sit on the interview board. Last time for ED director, I had 6. And then I bring them. I give y'all the resume and all that ahead of time, and then I put them on the agenda, and y'all approve the appointment. If you don't want to approve the appointment, you don't have to approve the appointment. The whole executive session and setting up interviews and doing y'all. I mean, it's
too much time.
It is. I mean, just the city manager process alone, it's too much. It takes too long. And so, especially for these types of positions, maybe for police chief or, some of the positions, fire chief, that may require some of that. But for HR director or public works director or finance director, I don't see the necessity of that. And as your city manager, I'm sensitive to those sensitive type positions that I know y'all are a little bit more concerned with, that I definitely think that process may be a better process, because those are health, safety, and welfare type positions. But the smaller positions like planning and zoning director and HR director, it seems a little tedious.
Okay. Very good. Do you need some action
No,
here?
I don't.
So
I mean,
you just want
I hear, as
direction?
long as I kind of get a nod or,
Something
some direction.
to add?
I
Go
don't
ahead.
know. I'll sit in the
Got an
board and
issue?
give my 2 cents.
Okay, go
I just
ahead.
hate to micromanage you. We're paying you halfway decent money to make a good decision, and I trust your judgment.
This was an
This is a charter amendment.
This
Yeah,
is a charter
that's why.
amendment. So
Yeah.
The charter made it.
Right.
the charter made this happen, and so it's fine. I think it's great that we have, and then when you have 2 council members come sit on the board, they kind of understand the people that we've interviewed, and then they get to provide you with some feedback on, the people that we interview during that process. Because sometimes we have really, really good candidates, and it's a hard decision, and then sometimes it's not a very hard decision, and so, but it provides you some feedback from your fellow colleagues.
Okay. So I think, yes, Counselor Stevens?
Yeah, I just want to say I fully support this also, and I again don't want to micromanage. I think Crystal realizes she has to get 3 yay votes on any candidate that crosses the finish line, and so I think this is a great way to do it. I also want to remind the public, Crystal, maybe not so much, but one of the purposes of this charter amendment change is in the event that Crystal did terminate somebody that we really liked, we can team up and not hire anybody else other than that person get hired back. So like there's a check for exit and enter, so long as when, the council, the majority of it, is on board with rehiring somebody that she terminates that we're unhappy about. So.
Okay. All right.
It goes both ways. Like I can put my foot down and say, well, I'm not just gonna I'll do it myself. I mean, there's you could do. That's not. I never want it to be contentious like that.
We're going to work together on this for
We have
sure.
to work together, and
You
that's
bet.
why I wanted to have two of y'all on the board. But I may not always be your city manager, and so you may have somebody that's not going to be willing to, you know, play in that field with you. And so it does give you the ability to maneuver through that agenda
Okay,
item.
very
Yeah,
good.
absolutely.
So I think we're all good on the policy. Any other? Okay, so we can
Good.
move on. All right, thank you. Let's move then to announcements by the mayor and council. I just had 4 or 5, I think. I just wanted to bring to your attention, I know, Josh, you sent me something today. Anna Sandoval has resigned from District 7, and she talked to me last night to give me a heads up. Big shoes to fill because she was on the task force with me on the Bandera Road and also on the AAMPO, which we're trying to get funding from the federal government. So, but anyway, wish her and her family all the best. And we said we'd stay in touch. And anyway, so just a big loss. And I really appreciate her help over the last many, many years on the Bandera Road project. Dr. Caldera and I met with Commissioner Rodriguez this morning, and we thanked him for him and the commissioner's help in funding $400,000 for the Seneca West project, which the second read is tonight in the consent agenda. And then Dr. Caldera planted a seed with him about partnering with the county on an animal control facility that they're building. And so we just again planted that seed, and he was glad to hear from us. And then I ended with asking him to serve on the Bandera Road Task Force group because many years ago in 18, he started the ball rolling with Councilor Sandoval, myself, Jester Rodriguez, and Mr. Martinez when we went to TxDOT back in April of 18. So and then I've also asked him to join us at the town hall meeting on January 28th, and he said he would be there. I wanted to thank the city staff, Melinda, Crystal Miranda, and everyone. There was a huge staff presence for setting up the groundbreaking for the hike and bike trail along Heber Road in El Verde on January the 5th. And it was, we had some volunteers from the Hike and Bike Committee. I wanted to thank them as well, and Melinda Mortz, who was the staff liaison. And we met the contractor, and he says he is a concrete man, and he should be able, weather and supplies permitting, have the trail completed within 6 months. So that is awesome. So thank you to everyone involved. Next, I wanted to let the staff know, the council know, and respectfully request that on April 22nd is the date for the coffee with the mayor and council. Could we, the Earthwise Living Day would like to do a picnic with the mayor and council in place of that, maybe see if we can get more people. And it would be from 11 to 1 on the green space in front of the conference center, and everybody bring their blanket and chairs. You bring your own food. We're going to flesh it out, so I don't really know what it's going to be like, but I just wanted your support for that change, and we'll bring it more formally, I guess, at the next council meeting. But the city would provide drinks and maybe fruit and cookie or something, and then everybody else would bring their own food for their lunch, and we'd still have, a dialogue with the citizens. No presentations because we'll be outside, weather permitting. But if that is amenable to you, the Earthwise would like to host that picnic on the 22nd, which is Earth Day. Last but not least, I wanted to share two deaths that just occurred last Sunday night. Henry Garcia on Forest Ridge, one of our longest serving members of the community, 102, died peacefully in his sleep. And I talked to his daughter today. They're doing well. And then I let Councilor Orozco know that one of the members of the CPAC suddenly died. He had a stroke in December, and he passed on Sunday, Mr. Jim Brandenburg. And may his soul rest at peace. And we are going to, that was my appointment on the CPAC, and so I've reached out to Mr. Campos and ask him if he would apply, and he said he would. So anyway, so keep those two families in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you. Mr. Martinez, would you like to continue?
Well, everybody's pretty much left. I'm sure we have some people watching online, but I just want to thank everybody that came out tonight. And, your comments are appreciated. And I just hope everybody had a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And let's hope that that 2023 will be a lot better than 2022.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Stevens.
I don't know.
Okay. Councilor Orozco.
I don't have anything there.
All right. Councilor Bradshaw.
Really? You're not even going to mention, how about those Cowboys?
Oh, yeah, that's right. They won last night. I couldn't believe it.
Come on.
Wow.
Yeah.
31-14, right?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Not everybody's a Cowboys fan. I'm a bandwagon fan. I'll follow them until they lose.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you all for coming. I know there are contentious issues we have to deal with from time to time, but I think we can all agree to disagree and continue to do
And
the
it's
job.
an open
'Cause
dialogue.
That's what we got to do.
That's right. We have to work together.
And on those lines, I had a disagreement today with one of my employees, and afterwards he said, I apologize for raising my voice, right? Because we were both passionate about the issue. And I said, it's okay. It's okay to disagree and to raise your voice, as long as in the end you try to come up with a solution. We both care. We just have a disagreement of what the solution is. So let's work together and figure it out. So
Find that
that's
common
it.
ground. Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Hefner, do you have any comments tonight?
Nothing from me, Mayor.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate you being online this evening. All right. City Manager's Report, Dr. Caldera.
City Manager's Report is online and outside. Just a couple of additional items. The foundation in the police department is crumbling or falling apart.
Yeah, that's right.
So we're getting some engineer reports, and we'll be bringing back an item for you for repairs on that. We're going to see if maybe the insurance will cover some of the portions of that, depending on what the reason is for the foundation crumbling. We do have issues with animal care services. Texas Flyers is no longer taking our dogs. We found another rescue. I'm not going to list their name, because what happens when I list the name is people start dropping off their dogs there. So we do have another rescue that's temporarily helping us. We're working out an interlocal agreement, hopefully with the Helotes Humane Society in the meantime, and then working the back end with, hopefully with Bexar County, and getting us an interlocal agreement. We do have the MyGov app, so if you haven't downloaded the app, please download the app on your phones. People are already using it, taking pictures, submitting things like potholes and different things, and so please download your MyGov, My Leon Valley app. And then lastly, the Texas Commission of Law Enforcement does an audit on your police department. Our last audit done in 2016, we had 21 deficiencies. I'd like to congratulate the chief. We came out of this audit with 0. So
Wonderful. Thank you, Chief. Way to go. Great. All right. Just a push on the town hall meeting. Thank you. We got the postcard. It's beautiful. Hope to see everybody on the 28th. Will it be live streamed?
Yes, so we're going to
Okay. Very
James
good.
from the Echo is going to come and help us live
Great,
stream.
thank
so
you.
he'll be there.
We really would love everyone's input, so thank you for that. Okay, consent agenda 9.1 to 9.7. Anyone want to remove any of those agenda items for discussion? Yes, Councilor
I'll make a
Stevens.
motion that we approve all of them.
Okay.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Stevens and a second by Councilor Orozco to approve the consent agenda 9.1 through 9.7. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to regular agenda item number 10.1, presentation and discussion to consider approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 3, Building Regulations, Article 3.02, Technical and Construction Code, Division 1, generally Section 3.02.001, to create a new Section 3.02.001, and revising Appendix A fee schedule, Article A8.000, Building and Construction Related Fees, Section A8.015, Renters Registration, to require registration of vacant structures and assign appropriate fees. This is our first reading as required by the city charter, and there will be no vote tonight. Yes, Linda, thank you for staying.
Sure, thank you, Mayor.
I know, you're welcome.
This was suggested by Councilor Stevens, and so it is to amend our building regulations to create a vacant building registration program. And then, of course, we would also want to charge a fee for that because we have to monitor the program. So that's why we're changing Appendix A. So we have a few vacant buildings. We've got the Sonic, we've got the Old Comfort Cafe, we've got Carl's Jr., we've got Dr. Fleming's old dentist office up here.
Yes, that's been forever.
So that's 4 right off the top, and then I don't know if there's any others in town. But they've fallen into disrepair and become unsafe. In response to this, we adopted a substandard building and the 2021 International Residential and International Existing Building Codes. None of these require a building owner to register a vacant building, provide the full coverage insurance, or devise a plan of action to keep the building secure. So that's what the adoption of this code would do. It'll require vacant building owners to register the building, submit the names and numbers of responsible parties, provide a contact that would be available 24/7, allow for inspections, and it would require them to keep the structures in good condition until they are either demolished or reoccupied. Currently, the only way for the fire and police departments to know the square footage of each building floor is to request the building records from record storage. Old records don't depict what revisions have been made to the floor plans over the years. According to our records management system in the Texas State Library, the initial building footprint, those building plans are kept permanently, they're forever. But over the years, people remodel, and those remodel plans are only kept for 3 years, and then they're destroyed. And buildings get remodeled all the time on the inside, and it's to suit a tenant typically. So if it'll change from a lawyer's office to a dentist's office, obviously you've had a huge remodel. Those plans are only kept for 3 years. So the new code will require the owner to submit the building square footage plan and itemize any hazardous or other substances being stored, which aids in potential firefighting situations. Also required is a plan of action for the leasing, selling, demolishing, for maintaining the premises, including providing for security, lighting, and alarm systems, and for updating that plan of action. You know, we're not just going to put it into effect and then never look at that building again. Vacant buildings are to be re-inspected annually to assure they continue to be in good condition. The new owners new code would require owners to carry full coverage insurance, with the city being named as an additional insured party. And then, like I said, also being revised is Appendix A. That would require annual registration of $125. It's the same as a certificate of occupancy. And then the fee for a re-inspection would be $95. And the reason it's $95 is because that's what we get charged. It does not include the Planning and Zoning Department's staff time or software usage. And that's all I have.
Melinda, I'm looking at this in light of our discussion with the short-term rental. So what's the enforcement here?
The enforcement would be under our substandard building code, and it would also be under this code, because it does state what you have to do. You have to have everything up to code, so it's not going to catch on fire. So that's a health and safety issue, whereas the short-term rental is not.
Okay. But I'm just thinking, like, the Froming building. I mean, what if they don't do all of the stuff that you said that they're supposed to do now?
They would be required by this code. They would also be required by the International Existing Building Code and by our substandard building ordinance.
And if not, they get fined?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Okay, yes, Councilor Stevens, thank you.
Yeah, so this is mainly, I guess I don't want to outline specific properties that are targeted by it, but I think we all are aware of certain buildings, and I'm thinking primarily of commercial buildings that have been dilapidated and they continue to get graffitied on and have homeless people living in and sometimes catch on fire, and they attract homeless people. And I think of, like, for example, the Bill Miller. If you've been to the Bill Miller in Leon Valley, there's a property next to it that has been vacant for a lot of years. And continuously has vagrants there, and vagrants negatively impact the businesses around it. Like, it's just a fact, because people feel unsafe. They don't want to go there. And so that's what I'm hoping this will alleviate. I will say there's a lot of case law on, because I did a lot of research on this, there's a lot of case law on vacant structures becoming public nuisances, so long as the city pads the folder, so to speak, and make sure we document well of actual violations of the ordinance, whether it's failing to cover up graffiti or failing to replace a broken window, that type of stuff. Also, the city could place liens against properties that are in disrepair to repair them. Hopefully, though, we would allow, I'm sure, some time for compliance. These, because we want to be realistic, and these properties would hopefully register. And one of the key elements to this that I saw in other successful programs, and again, so a little bit different from short-term rentals, because this is like looking at something that actually works, is the requirement to have liability insurance with the city as an additional insured. So say, for example, there's a fire at a building and like some vagrants get injured, maybe one of our firefighters gets injured also, we could then file the claim through that additional insured insurance because it occurred on that property. But hopefully it doesn't come to that point. I think the requirement to have liability insurance, which I saw was like the key to a lot of these successful programs, was that, if you think about it, these commercial properties are going to have to go get an insurance policy on their dilapidated, unsafe building. And the insurance is going to say, nope, we aren't going to insure that until you make it better. And so I think that will be one of the strongest elements of this, potential policy. And if it doesn't work, then, we can try something else. But I think this might work.
Okay. Melinda, would this also apply to abandoned homes?
We have a substandard building structure for abandoned residential homes.
Okay, and that's separate from this?
Yes, ma'am.
This is commercial. Okay, thank you.
Same
I'm just
process,
thinking.
though. We go through
okay,
notification of
because
the
I know
owner,
I've gotten
filing
complaints
liens.
of, home that was burned and they just left it there for months and years. And okay, very good. Thank you. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Roscoe.
Do we know how many buildings are not being utilized right now?
I think there's 4.
4?
Yeah, and your biggest one is the one that I'm getting the most complaints on is Comfort Cafe. And so we were getting ready to utilize the substandard building ordinance and get it demolished completely because they've just been unresponsive. But this will give them additional, because it's quite expensive to demolish, haul off, do asbestos, environmental studies and stuff. This will give them an opportunity through this process before we end up there. So.
Okay.
And how do we come up with the amount of money for the fee?
It's the same as a certificate of occupancy, and so a certificate of occupancy fee. Basically, the building inspector, fire inspector, sometimes the health inspector's times, and what they charge us. That's what that's for.
And did you want to add something for the planning and zoning department, or the, yeah? You said
No, ma'am,
that-
because
no.
there's not that many. There's
Okay.
only,
All right.
we have 2 or 3 at a time.
Okay, you just
Right now
had
we
that,
have
but
4,
you didn't
so-
have a figure, so I didn't know if you wanted to add something. Mr. Martinez?
Well, I support this measure. I look at this as the exact same thing as a short-term rental. There's no difference in this item and a short-term rental deal. So I don't see why, Councilor Stevens was so adamant against the short-term rental when this is basically the same thing but going after houses. And in the short-term rental agreement, if a landlord doesn't pay the hot tax or the city portion of the hot tax, the Airbnb is paying the state portion of the hot tax. But if it's really up to the individual to pay the city portion of the hot tax and return it on the 20th of every month. But if they don't do that, then they file a tax lien against the house. So it's the same enforcement mechanisms. I view this and the short-term rental as the same type of ordinance.
Okay, very good. Did you, Mr. Stevens?
I have
Do you want to respond to that?
I didn't really want to respond to that, but
Well,
I will say that you cannot file a lien against a property for unpaid sales tax or unpaid hot taxes. So that's not possible. I will also encourage you, Mr. Martinez, to just do a Google search for Texas case law, vacant structure, public nuisance, and you'll come up with tons of case law. The courts have consistently ruled that cities can enforce vacant, again, so long as the folder is padded and there's substantial proof that somebody's not compliant. There's a lot of proof that these type of things have been successful. I wanted to highlight another thing that I realized after talking to an individual several months ago now about these properties, and I think one of the root causes for these these properties becoming vacant and then literally just not abandoned for so long, where vagrants are living there and it becomes unsafe, is because oftentimes investors will purchase a property like this for a discounted rate, and they'll do the math, and they will realize, like, for example, we're landlocked, and they will say, okay, if I sit on this for, like, say 10 or 15 years and add it to my portfolio, my return will be like 400% more than I bought it for example, and I'm just like throwing random numbers out there. But a lot of times, there's no cost to holding on to a dilapidated, or there's very minimal annual cost to holding on to a dilapidated piece of property. And what we are doing as a city by forcing this, we are adding a cost to holding on to that vacant property, and it all goes back to being a public nuisance. We're adding a cost to prevent that piece of property from being, or hopefully mitigate it from becoming, a public nuisance that then has negative or adverse effects economically to the surrounding pieces of property. So I think this is a win-win. Again, I think it's worth a shot.
Thank you. Did you have a comment as well, Mr. Bradshaw?
I think we should
just move it to the consent agenda. Okay, very good. I had that as my next move. So, all right, thank you. Really appreciate it, Melinda. Next is number 10.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action on a resolution continuing the Utility Assistance Program agreement with Ascension de Paul for calendar year 2023, or until funds are depleted. And we have our Economic Development Director, Mr. Salinas, here to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening.
And excuse me, is this a first read?
No, it's a resolution.
It's a resolution. Okay, so you and I had talked about
Yeah,
that.
I thought it was by
Yeah, we
ordinance.
talked
I
about
pulled
this
the other
morning.
one.
So it's a
Yes, that's
resolution,
right.
so we vote on it tonight. Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarification. If you'll proceed, thank you.
So this is basically a continuation of the program we had in calendar year 2022. A little back here. So, I mean, it's basically to help out citizens with their electrical, water, sewer, natural gas, or sanitation services. We have some data that we received from the administrator. We plan to use the same administrator we did last year. They've been very well with us. They've helped out very, very good with our citizens, and we want to continue that partnership with them. So you can see here the program helped out 27 households, and we paid 31 bills. The biggest one was for CPS. We had 23 or 31 bills were for CPS Energy, so it's roughly around 30%. And the average payout for CPS Energy was about $621. There was 13 people that weren't ineligible for the program, so they did not live in the residency or did not own the property or something like that. We recommend that the program continue into 2023. We only used up $17,000 of the $50,000 that we set aside for it, so we have enough funds to continue for another calendar year, at least we believe. In this chart, you can see here the average payout per bill, and you can see pretty clearly that people are trying to get their CPS Energy late bill paid. For that reason, we have a recommendation, or at least I do, that we lower the payout from $750 to $500. We have received information from the administrator that a lot of residents in November came in from the City of San Antonio program. So we anticipate a lot more people coming into the program or requesting assistance. We plan to market it on our platforms, whether it be Line 4 or any kind of city website. We have also received some guidance from the administrator that a lot of individuals wish to reapply. The current contract has them applying every 12 months. Okay. They asked us to kind of edit that, but we did not. We feel that we have it for a calendar year. Everyone should be able to apply every calendar year. Okay. For that reason, and for how much money is left over, we have $32,000 left at $500 a limit, which everyone seems to be kind of going up to. We can probably help around 60 people, give or take. and that's why we decided to lower it. It's really to the discretion of the council to change it to 500 or keep it at 750.
Okay.
That's pretty much it.
Dr. or Mr. Salinas, Dr. Calder, this is ARP money.
Correct.
Yes.
Right, so we have to have it completely spent by, is it December of 2024?
You have to have it allocated, not completely spent.
Okay,
So
just
you're
allocated, so we're allocated, so we're okay. Okay,
Yes.
for some reason I thought we had to have it all
No, it just
distributed.
has to
Okay,
be
great,
allocated.
thank you for that clarification.
Yes,
Councilor Martinez.
Then I make a motion, we approve this with the $500 limit as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Martinez and a second by Mr. Orozco to approve the resolution continuing the utility assistance program with a $500 change from $750. Any further discussion? Yes.
So I just want to make sure I understand this is ARP money that we set aside for this program, right, for COVID? And so I know we're, talking about continuing it, but if we decided not to, would that money come back to us to spend elsewhere?
Yeah, so we allocated $50,000 to Ascension DePaul.
Right.
And so we've only spent 17, so you have 32,000 there. If you don't go through the 32,000, then whatever's remaining after we pay whatever they've paid in administrative services, we would get back.
And what is the administrative services?
I forget the percentage.
I think
It was $1,400, I thought.
For this year, it was $1,400. So
They-
it's $30 an hour that they use.
So depending on how long they spend on an application.
Okay. Right. And then the only other thing on the presentation I noticed was we had one section that said Leon Valley Water, and then the other graph said Water Leon Valley.
Yeah, that was a coding issue by the administrator. And
That's why I figured
I
it
just
just
didn't
needs to
catch
be
it. Yeah.
combined and, okay.
Yeah, I didn't catch it on that. They just submitted the information
In the
recently,
graph
so.
down below.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have Water Leon Valley and Leon Valley Water, so those should be combined.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. Oh, did you have another comment? Go ahead.
So
We'll take a
honestly,
vote.
I would not be in favor of this. However, I was approached by a citizen recently that needed help for some extraneous circumstances, and I looked at the things that I could reference to him, and at the time we had closed off. I don't know, he might have contacted you guys. He said just call the city when they open back up after January. But I realized that there are certain citizens that are struggling for various reasons. I don't think it's COVID anymore. I think it's other reasons. But since we allocated the funds, I kind of, I guess we have an avenue that we can turn citizens to for the next year to at least give them a teeny bit of help.
And we do get occasion like Tiger Sanitation. I think that was one of
Sure,
them on
there was
here.
one too, yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Salinas. Let's take this vote then. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you very much. 10.3, and Crystal Miranda, you get the Maytag Award for tonight. Okay, discussion and consider possible action on an in-kind grant application from Project SMASH. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, thank you. So we have in front of you the application for an in-kind grant from Project SMASH. They have, we have supported them in the past. This is usually an annual request. They are requesting to use our community center for their fundraising efforts. And like I mentioned, we've done it previously, 2017, 18. They took a break with COVID to 2022, and now 2023. They're requesting the use of the community center for Friday, March 24th. If you were to waive the fees, you are waiving just the building fee. They have agreed to pay the security deposit and cleaning fees. Oops. We have submitted it to the in-kind grant committee. They gave it a score of 18.3 out of 24. The minimum approval number is 18. It is up to city council to waive the fees that are requested. Do you have any questions?
Crystal, I just had one question.
Yes,
on
ma'am.
page 200. And they had a list of all of their fees, and it said 700 instead of 750. It doesn't matter. I just wanted.
So
Yeah.
at the community center, we do have a resident discount of $50. So then once they go into the system will account if they are a resident of Leon Valley. I put the higher number just depending
Okay.
on
All right. I
whether
just
they
saw
are
that
resident or non-resident, but 700 is a resident fee.
Okay, very good. Any other questions on this? Yes, Councilor Stevens.
So is Project SMASH a nonprofit?
Yes.
So do we have their 990 on file?
I submitted that in.
Oh, it's in our packet.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry, my computer's out.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yes, sir.
All right. And what's the pleasure of the council on this agenda item?
If nobody says it, I'll make a motion, we approve this.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Stevens to approve the Project Smash in-kind grant request. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you. Citizens to be heard, number 11. The citizens that we have in our chambers, any questions, comments? Oh, come on. Okay, that sounds good. But then we'll go on to request number 12 from members of the City Council to add items to future agenda. Does anyone have a future agenda item? I had one. I don't know if y'all have noticed, but Melinda, I believe, just added a sign at the Forest Meadow entrance to the park. And it says, "Do not feed the deer." And it's not enforceable, but if we were to enforce it, and she gives all the reasons why we shouldn't feed the deer. And I know this is an issue, but we might be, I'd like for us to discuss it and maybe possibly do an ordinance for just public.
I was
and
trying
not
to get the sign, it's not
private.
loading.
That's
for me.
okay, public and not private, because I know private is different, but we have a lot of
Don't
people
feed the
feeding the
deer
deer, and as Melinda and I have discussed, they're getting diabetes. So anyway, I just wanted to
So we've
put that
heard this
on.
ordinance before, but we'll,
We did a long time ago.
Melinda will
Yeah.
dust it off and bring it back to you.
Yeah, so anyway, future agenda, it's not high on the priority list, but anyway, just like to add that. Okay, anybody else? No? Okay. Well, if there's no objection, then we move to adjourn at 9:57 on Tuesday, January 17th. Have a nice evening. All righty. Thank you. See you on February 7th. We'll see you at the town hall meeting. There you go.
Just a reminder, your mics are still hot.
We just drove back to Albuquerque, and the car driving time was 11 hours and 54 minutes.
Oh, really?
And normally, we always get, it takes 12 hours. Probably too many. I told it wasn't against the law.
Can I come in?
We're gonna try to, our friend, barbecues, and he's gonna compete, so we get together, that was the 20th.
Isn't that amazing? I mean, that was a natural rock. Walk at first, walk on second.
27 and 28. Okay, yeah, on the 28th, they have a cooking barbecue. The element here, opportunity to go to it, the rodeo barbecue cook. Oh my goodness, it's amazing. The jobs that they do, with each event or each place, the way they decorate, the way they have the band, they have bars, they have fun champions.
We all, what is my?
It's all, I just got a text right now.
No, she hadn't wanted, no, she hadn't wanted the bathroom, she was there, but she looked at me when I. Had nothing to do with it.
Barbecue cook-off festival.
No, I mean, I didn't hear it.
3 years, 4 years.
I'll give you that, but
You don't have to get him anything about it, that's down to the library in his name.
they really get involved. And they go all out for it. They're just pretty.
Oh, yeah, it's got water. I feel bad. It's a water bottle. Okay. It could be vodka, you know, saying, hey, I could do that, you never know.
Hmm?
You have to take me over to. Man, what a surprise that was. Didn't you hear that outbreak? It was totally off guard, so it was genuine.
All right. Time to go. Yeah.
Good evening.
So Mayor, did they get a quorum for GBCC?
They said tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Okay, so what do you want to do? Do you want to,
Okay. Probably, maybe we'll just do a Zoom call or something.
We can.
If we don't go to, he said the next week, if we don't get.
February, I think
it'll be February, so that's fine, I'm here. You know, we didn't have a meeting in November, so I mean, it's like.
We didn't have one in December either, didn't we?
No, because it's every every 3 months, and so they said no, because November, what was it? Everybody's gonna be out of town.
I'll see you guys.
Yes, everybody. Good night.
Good
Thanks,
night.
Ray.
Good night. Good night.
So if they don't have a quorum, you want to do a Zoom?
But I'll call you and let you know. You're on that list, right?
On the GBCC
Yeah.
list? I'm not on the list, Angela's the one that loops me in.
Oh, okay.
Good, so.
I don't know who, they say 67 people.
Yeah, I'm not on I don't get the emails for GBCC or any of that. Yeah, if you could.
Yeah.
If you could, that'd make it easier, because usually I tell Angela, like, if it's GBCC, just add it to my calendar or whatever.
The other person that wants a. Before we start. Two more, it's another 3 week thing.
Yeah.
Because of the.
There's pizza. I'm just trying to clean up.
Oh,
And I have the numbers, because we have done recent numbers there.
Or your guys, or?
Oh, I didn't realize it was one time. He said,
All
that
guys
was
are gone.
14 years
They're
ago,
all out.
and I'm like, okay.
But I do have recent preliminary traffic
Yeah.
numbers
Okay.
that I can bring to the meeting,
Okay.
that I have somewhere, that when we were originally looking at it.
So that's, I know, is one of the things that was at that meeting, so. Still unresponsive to. This was, and he did say he was gonna bring it back.
Well, I mean, I think, you know what, I think it was good discussion. I mean, it was an overall good discussion, I think, you know.
I can see the frustration. When Josh said no. I don't understand his.
Just working while she's got to sign all this stuff. She's got to sign everything.
Do you have any ideas? But that's okay, we're not gonna, it's not gonna go anywhere right now, just call.
Yeah, poor David, yes, but yes.
All right?
Did you get the leftover pizza back there so it doesn't?
I gave it to PD to put in the patrol room.
Like 11?
It doesn't look in this way, it doesn't look that way. But it looks.
It's not like Cassie Pink.
No.
In the other light, not this light, but the other light I saw at 10.
What's the matter with it?
She says she sees pink, but
It's
I
pinkish.
don't see pink.
My hair was supposed to.
I'm not touching her. I'm like,
Your
heading.
hair looks pink?
It's,
You mean on the?
they weren't supposed to do it dark. No, in my view.
Got it done, and she's saying that it's got like a tint to it.
Yeah, I think the girl either left the color on.
Doesn't look pink to me.
Let's go outside here.
I did this morning in the older in the other room, and the light was coming through.
It's got a little bit of a glow, a hue.
I mean, I'm assuming that P&Z and library and all that, you send them a individual.
I copy all every time.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I told Hilda, because she's asking.
Oh, all that? No, I give them the liaison's information, the liaison. Notify everybody.
Okay.
Committee.
I told her it was the fourth. Waiting for me. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I just,
That's all right.
I had a lot to sign, I had a lot of mail. I guess I need to. And we still got out at 10, so I'm glad for that. Oh, Chris.
I didn't think we were.